Hey guys, tonight we're heading out on a moonlit voyage across the sea. A quiet, endless swell of black glass beneath your toes. Above you, the stars drip lazily like spilled sugar, and the sail creaks just enough to remind you it might tear at any moment. The boat you're on is old, unfamiliar, and smells like wet ropes and the faintest hint of fermented grapes. There's a strange man on board. Young, long curls, eyes half-lidded, like he's permanently 2 sips into a strong red. He's leaning against a barrel, barefoot, in some overly dramatic robe situation, looking like a theater major who just won the lottery. And something about him makes the hair on your neck tingle. Not in a horror movie way, more like he might start floating at any moment, or growing vines from his wrists. You should probably be concerned, but that would mean you're awake enough to care. And let's be honest, you probably won't survive this story if you try to logic your way through it. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, drop your city and local time in the comments. I love knowing where in the world you're listening from. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. So, the god of wine is on a boat. But at this moment, no one on the ship realizes that. Not the grizzled captain, not the greasy crew whispering bets about who this rich kid is. And definitely not you, tucked in the corner between 2 barrels and a tangled net. You're trying to stay quiet, because you saw the way he stepped aboard. No footsteps, no weight, like he was poured onto the deck. He hasn't said a word, just closed his eyes, breathing slow, almost asleep. That's Dionysus for you. Never enters with a bang, just a shrug, a sparkle, and the slow, inevitable feeling that things are about to get wildly, ridiculously weird. But you didn't meet him here. Not really. To understand why this strange man-god is about to turn pirates into dolphins, you need to go way back. Not to the start of his story, exactly, but to one of the weirdest births in mythology. And let me tell you, this one's got everything. Lightning, jealousy, and a thigh pocket. Dionysus's mom? Her name was Semele. Mortal, gorgeous, probably too trusting. She had a short-lived relationship with Zeus. You know, king of the gods, professional philanderer, storm cloud cosplayer. He really liked her. Like, capital L, liked her. But Zeus had a wife, and Hera was the kind of spouse who responded to infidelity by getting very, very creative. Semele got pregnant. That part's straightforward. The next part, not so much. Hera disguised herself as a kindly old woman, you know, casual identity theft, and paid Semele a visit. With a little casual gaslighting, she planted a seed. Are you sure it was Zeus? Did he really reveal his divine form? You know, gods lie all the time. And just like that, Semele wanted proof. So she asked Zeus to show himself as he truly was. Which, if you know anything about Greek mythology, is like asking a nuclear reactor to give you a hug. Zeus, bound by divine promise, did it. He flashed into full god mode. Thunder, lightning, glory, the works. Semele? She lasted about 2 seconds before bursting into flames. So, not great. But, plot twist, Zeus managed to save the unborn baby. Sort of. He snatched the fetal Dionysus from the ashes, carved open his own thigh, as you do, and stitched the child inside for safekeeping. You heard me. Thigh pocket. Dionysus would grow the rest of the way, curled up against Zeus's femoral artery, like a little wine-soaked kangaroo. Historians still argue whether this tale reflects an older pre-Olympian fertility myth, or just the ancient Greeks trying to explain why wine makes you feel like you've been reborn. Anyway, a few months later, Zeus popped him out of his thigh like a very confused gumball. That's why Dionysus is called the twice-born, first from his mother, then from his father. One traumatic death, one emergency divine C-section. And from that chaos, a god of joy, madness, and transformation. Pretty on brand, honestly. So now we have this immortal baby, too mortal to live on Olympus, too divine to blend in on Earth. Zeus does what any responsible celestial parent might do. He hands the infant off to a group of forest nymphs and disappears in a bolt of lightning. Classic. The nymphs raise him on Mount Nysa. And here's your mainstream historical fact for tonight. No one actually knows where Mount Nysa is. Ancient writers argued for centuries. Could be in Thrace, could be in India, could be metaphorical. Kind of like when someone says they studied abroad, somewhere in Europe. But the nymphs, gentle woodland spirits with too much free time, adored him. They built him cradles of ivy, sang lullabies to him under grapevine trellises, and accidentally taught him how to make wine. That part's not a joke. Baby Dionysus was already experimenting with fermentation, while other toddlers were chewing on rocks. He crushed grapes in his chubby fists and made animals tipsy for fun. At night, you'd lie there, curled in moss, listening to the soft burp of fermenting juice and the snores of baby satyrs. There were goat-legged creatures dancing clumsily under the moonlight, tiny panpipes, warbling, lullabies out of tune. The whole forest reeked of sweetness and mischief. But of course, Hera wasn't done. She found out he survived. And that's when the madness began. Literally. Dionysus started to go a little off-kilter, hearing things, seeing visions, wandering far from the forest. One day, he'd be preaching joy and ecstasy to shepherds. The next, he'd be hiding in a cave, weeping over a broken cup. The line between joy and grief, paper thin, especially when you're the god of both. You try to follow him, but it's like chasing mist. One moment, you're holding a fig in your hand. The next, it's a snake. One moment, the sun is setting, then suddenly it's rising again. Time folds in on itself like warm bread. You can't tell if you're dreaming or remembering. And maybe that's the point. Dionysus isn't a god of logic. He's a god of surrender. That man on the boat, the one no one recognizes, he's still wearing the same look, like he knows something no one else does, like he's about to flip the world inside out and make everyone laugh while he does it. And tonight, the crew of this boat is about to find out exactly what happens when you try to kidnap a god of madness and wine. Section 2. You don't even realize you've dozed off until the boat rocks hard beneath you, jolting you awake with that slow-motion heart jump you only get from dreaming of falling. Except you weren't dreaming. You're still here, still on the ship, still tucked between barrels that smell like fish oil and citrus peel, while somewhere above, that strange man with the curls shifts slightly in his sleep. It's morning now, or something like it. The sky's gone a lazy lavender, and the sun is starting to seep over the horizon like honey poured too slowly. The sails catch the light first, tattered white, flaring gold. And for a brief moment, the entire ship glows. You blink the crust from your eyes and stretch, then freeze. There's a baby goat on deck. Not like metaphorically, an actual baby goat. It's chewing on a coil of rope and making wet, hiccuping sounds. No one seems particularly concerned, least of all the young man now sitting upright on a barrel, petting the goat absently, while watching the crew with the amused detachment of someone watching ants solve algebra. That man is Dionysus, still unrecognized, still very chill. And from the look of it, he's about to enjoy what happens next. But let's pause the cruise for a moment and rewind. Back before boats, before barrels, before pirates made some extremely poor life choices, there was a very unusual child growing up in a forest that doubled as a winery with zero safety protocols. We're talking about Dionysus and his goat friend, flute-filled, early years. And let's be honest, his babysitters were not normal. See, after being sewn into Zeus's thigh and born with a mild case of cosmic trauma, Dionysus got dropped off at what may be the strangest daycare in mythology, Mount Nysa. Now, no one agrees where exactly this place was, but ancient sources liked to imagine it as a lush, dreamy paradise where reality kind of wobbled. Time felt soft there. The air always buzzed with sleepy flute music. The plants whispered when you weren't looking, and the animals had opinions. Dionysus grew up surrounded by nymphs, those woodland spirits with endless patience and aggressively dewy complexions. They taught him songs, dances, and the fine art of making wine with your feet. And then there were the satyrs, half men, half goats, fully incapable of following directions. You've never seen so many tipsy hooves in your life. The godchild would spend his days laughing with wild animals, summoning grapevines from cracks in the rock, and coaxing birds down from trees with lullabies made of humming and breath. He didn't cry like other babies. He just sort of giggled at thunderstorms. Here's your mainstream historical fact. Dionysus is considered one of the oldest gods in the Greek pantheon, with cults that likely predated the Olympians. In some regions, he wasn't just the god of wine and party hats. He was a full-blown agricultural deity tied to the life cycle of plants, especially vines. Birth, death, rebirth. Wine isn't just a beverage in his mythology. It's a metaphor. Now, fringe tidbit for you. Some ancient sources say the infant Dionysus was given a golden cradle that hung from a tree and played music when the wind blew. Basically, a divine baby hammock with built-in spa features. Which is great until you remember the constant risk of being murdered by Hera, queen of both passive and aggressive revenge. She still hated him, still blamed him for existing. So, while Dionysus grew, she plotted. And the result? Madness. Not just ordinary confusion, but divine madness. A spiritual unmooring one morning Dionysus wandered off into the mist and just kept walking. He forgot where he came from, who he was, what he was doing. Like his identity got swept out with the tide and left him standing barefoot on the shore of someone else's story. He traveled through forests, over mountains, into cities. Wherever he went, vines grew wild. Fruit ripened in his wake. People laughed louder, danced longer, cried harder. But it was chaos with no steering wheel. Dionysus didn't know how to drive the divine gift in his chest, just that it could explode out of him without warning. Historians still argue whether this part of his myth represents a literal journey, a symbolic death and rebirth, or a nod to foreign wine cults merging into Greek religion. Either way, it's the start of something big, something holy, and maybe just a little bit unhinged. You follow him through this blur of years. He picks up followers like lint, lonely women, broken-hearted men, musicians with cracked instruments, and souls held together by wine corks. One by one, they join him, not because he demands it, because he sees them, and they see him. He's a god, yes, but he weeps, he shivers, he rages. He feels more than the other gods combined. Dionysus isn't about rules. He's about release. Eventually, he circles back to places that should recognize him, cities where he was born, where his name is whispered. But they don't see him as divine. They see a drunk traveler with flowers in his hair and a goat in tow. They laugh. That's the thing about Dionysus. People always underestimate him. He's not regal like Apollo, not warrior-like like Ares. He doesn't thunder like Zeus. He dances. He giggles. He sways like a curtain in the wind, until he doesn't. Back on the ship, you hear voices. The crew has noticed the vines. They're growing fast, too fast, curling up the mast, thickening around the rigging. One sailor tries to hack at them with a knife, but the blade sticks in the wood like it's been swallowed. You glance up. Dionysus is watching, head tilted, fingers still stroking the baby goat's ears. And then he smiles. It's a quiet thing, just the twitch of his lips. But it sends a shiver through your spine, because suddenly you know, this is not going to end the way the pirates think it will. He stands. The vines pulse. The air shifts. And for the first time, one of the crew members meets his gaze and stumbles back like he's been hit in the chest. The others rush forward, thinking it's just seasickness. But you've seen it now. That slow awakening. That impossible power behind eyes that seem too tired to care. And yet, you can feel it rising. Something ancient, wild, patient. The god has stopped pretending. Section 3. Now that Dionysus is standing, you realize how small the boat really is. It's just a simple merchant vessel. Wooden, creaky, patched together in places with more hope than craftsmanship. The kind of ship that shouldn't even be out this far from shore, unless its crew is desperate, reckless, or both. The man-god isn't speaking yet. He doesn't need to. The ship's already listening. Or maybe it's reacting. Planks groaning beneath your feet, sails quivering though there's no wind. The vines that started out playful, decorative, are now climbing with a purpose. They wrap around the mast in thick, twisting braids, Leaves unfurl at unnatural speed. Grapes pop into existence with plump little plips like raindrops on a hot skillet. You press yourself back into your hiding spot, half hoping the barrels will absorb you, half morbidly curious. The pirates, meanwhile, are still stuck in that fun early stage of panic known as rationalizing. You know the drill. First, it's must be a weird kind of seaweed. Then, someone brought vines on board by accident. And finally, okay, someone's playing a trick. Real funny, guys. You watch the captain bark orders. He's got that sun-worn face and beard that says, "I cheat at dice, but only if the stakes are high." He's not afraid yet, but he's got that sailor's edge, sensitive to when something feels off. The helmsman, though, that guy, he's the only one really watching Dionysus. Quiet, hands gripping the tiller too tightly, probably the oldest on board. You can tell he's thinking, this is not a storm we can outsail. Now here's your historical fact for tonight. Piracy in the ancient world was shockingly common. The Tyrrhenian Sea, where this myth likely takes place, was infamous for it. Merchants traveled in groups, temples were robbed from the sea, and local governments often just looked the other way, as long as the pirates brought home treasure. So the crew kidnapping a lone, rich-looking stranger from the shore wasn't out of character. They thought they'd caught some pampered noble on a solo vacation. Worst case, a wandering poet. Best case, a ransom. Spoiler alert, it's neither. And Dionysus, by the way, still hasn't said a word. But he doesn't need to, because the animals are starting to arrive. You blink. There's a leopard, a literal, actual leopard, now lounging mid-deck, as if this is a Mediterranean cruise, and it paid extra for open seating. Its golden fur shines in the morning light. It stretches like a house cat, then yawns so wide you see down its throat. Nobody remembers letting a leopard on the boat. But there it is. And the pirates lose it. Weapons come out, swords, spears, a suspiciously rusty fishhook. The younger ones are yelling. The older ones are backing away. And the helmsman? He's not moving at all, just whispering something under his breath that might be a prayer, might be an apology. Somewhere in the confusion, you get this weird, crystal clear moment. The sun breaks through a patch of cloud. A breeze finally stirs the air, and Dionysus takes a single step forward. He looks at the nearest sailor and smiles, like they're sharing an inside joke. The man screams, because the deck is bending, warping. The boards beneath their feet start sprouting ivy, green shoots erupting like geysers of chaos. Grapes hang in curtains now, plopping onto the crew's heads. The sails shimmer, then melt into a translucent purple, the color of pressed wineskins. This ship is no longer a ship. It's a floating vineyard, a nightmare spa, a hallucination you can't wake from. And still, Dionysus hasn't spoken. Want a quirky tidbit? Some versions of this myth say Dionysus actually conjured phantom music, flutes and drums from nowhere, driving the pirates mad with rhythm alone, like a haunted jazz club at sea. But here's the real kicker. The pirates still try to fight. One lunges at the god. Another throws a net. A third tries to climb the rigging, only to find it has become snakes. Yes, literal snakes. Twisting, writhing, hissing. Ropes no more. He shrieks and lets go, landing flat on his back in a pile of increasingly angry grapes. At this point, Dionysus finally speaks. It's one word. You don't hear it with your ears. You feel it in your bones, like someone rang a tuning fork in your chest cavity. And whatever that word was, it meant, you're done. The change is instant. Where there were pirates, there are now splashes. You blink. One man dives headfirst into the sea. Another slips off the side, arms flailing. You crawl up just high enough to see the water churning with fins. Sleek bodies breach the surface, arcing, gliding, spinning. Dolphins. 1, 2, 5, 9. You rub your eyes like a cartoon character, but they're still dolphins. The pirates, every last one of them, have been transformed mid-scream, mid-scramble, mid-failure. Their clothes are gone, their limbs reshaped, and somehow the fear is gone, too. These dolphins don't look panicked. They look content. They dance through the water in slow, easy loops. They leap for fun. They nudge the boat like they're saying, no hard feelings, right? Now, you might ask, why dolphins? Historians still argue whether this part of the myth was meant as punishment, mercy, or PR campaign. Dolphins were already seen as clever, helpful creatures in ancient Greece. Maybe Dionysus figured turning the pirates into something admired was the most ironic form of justice. Or maybe he just liked the aesthetic. Because, let's face it, you can't stay mad at a dolphin. They're like the golden retrievers of the sea. You finally let yourself exhale. The ship calms. The vines loosen. The leopard, who, by the way, did absolutely nothing, vanishes like smoke. Dionysus exhales, rolls his shoulders, and sits back down on his barrel, like a man who's just finished a particularly satisfying to-do list. And the helmsman? He's still at the tiller, pale, sweaty, but alive. Dionysus glances at him and says, softly this time, "You steered true." Then he gestures. A gift appears at the helmsman's feet, a smaller boat, tied behind yours by a single golden rope, loaded with wine, fresh bread, and a compass that never points north. You'd swear the helmsman is crying, quietly, into his beard. And you? You're still curled up between the barrels. No vines grew here. No music played. Dionysus never even looked at you. But you know he knows. Because just as your eyes begin to drift closed again, you hear his voice, soft, velvet, warm with something ancient. You were never a pirate. You just came along for the ride. Section 4. You wake up to silence. Not the kind of silence that feels empty, but the kind that's thick, like warm fog on your skin, or the hush of a theater just before the curtain rises. The ship is gliding now, smooth as a dream. The sea around you, calm as glass. You peek out from your hiding place, and everything looks normal again. Well, sort of. The vines are still there, lazily curling around the railings like they're sunbathing. A few plump grapes hang down in reach of your face. One drops off the stem with a soft plop, bouncing on the deck before rolling to a stop next to a faint purple footprint. The smell of fermented fruit is stronger now, sweet, heady, and just the tiniest bit dangerous. Dionysus is still on his barrel, eyes closed, humming to himself. You don't recognize the tune. It's not music, really. More like the sound of a memory someone once had after drinking too much wine at a wedding and crying over a toast that wasn't theirs. And you? You're trying to wrap your head around what just happened. A ship full of pirates. Gone. Transformed. Into dolphins. You watched them splash and twist and disappear into the horizon, like that was always their purpose. And honestly, they looked happier, lighter, like something inside them got untangled. Is that what Dionysus does? Untangles things? Or just flips them inside out and calls it divine intervention? The only other human left on the boat, besides you, if you count yourself as fully human at this point, is the helmsman. Still silent, still gripping the wheel with white knuckles, like if he lets go, he'll float off the earth. You creep closer, carefully. The god doesn't move, but you swear his lips twitch. The helmsman finally speaks. His voice is rough, like someone's been dragging it across coral. You saw it too? You nod. He doesn't ask questions after that, just nods back. There's something between you now. A quiet contract sealed in dolphin magic and unspoken trauma. So what happens after you've watched a man turn a ship into a wine-fueled fever dream and transmute criminals into joyful sea mammals? Apparently, breakfast. The new boat, the little one Dionysus gifted the helmsman, has a basket of fresh figs, still warm bread, and a wineskin that never seems to empty. You both eat without speaking. Dionysus doesn't join. He doesn't need food the way you do. He just sips from a golden cup that never appeared before, and definitely wasn't there yesterday. And as you eat, you start to wonder, how did this actually become a myth? Here's your mainstream historical fact. The story of Dionysus turning pirates into dolphins is one of the oldest preserved Greek myths. It shows up in Homeric Hymn 7 to Dionysus, which is less a hymn and more a dramatic short story that would do well as a festival one-act play. The hymn is dated to sometime around the 7th century BCE, making this dolphin fiasco older than most surviving Greek tragedies. It's not just myth, it's legacy. And of course, because we're talking about Greek mythology, there's a twist. Which pirates were they? Some versions say they were Tyrrhenian pirates, likely Etruscan or Italic seafarers, notorious in the ancient Mediterranean. Others claim they were Cretan. Some say they were just a random crew, like the myth couldn't be bothered to give them a zip code. Historians still argue whether the dolphins were meant to be a moral lesson or a divine joke. Don't kidnap strangers is certainly on brand as ancient advice, but so is don't underestimate the dude with grapevines for hair. And dolphins? Well, dolphins always had a weird, liminal place in Greek lore. Friendly, intelligent, tricksterish, kind of like Dionysus himself. They saved drowning poets, escorted souls, even carried instruments to shore. It wasn't punishment. It was conversion. You stand at the railing now, watching the waves. Somewhere out there, your former shipmates are leaping in arcs, slicing through the sea, like silver commas, in a sentence the world hasn't finished writing yet. You swear one turns mid-air and looks at you, just for a second. Then, gone. And just like that, Dionysus speaks. You're wondering why I did it. You spin to look at him. His eyes are open now, dark, not black, not brown, just deep, like looking through a keyhole into another universe where the stars all blink in time to flute music. You nod. He smiles, soft and distant. They weren't evil, just mistaken. You blink. That's it? They saw gold in my robes, not the vines in my hands, he says. And so they tried to profit from the divine. It never goes well. He leans back on his barrel, the motion slow, lazy, theatrical. They were meant for water, anyway. You sit down across from him, close enough now to smell the wine on his breath, though he hasn't taken a sip in minutes. He notices. You're not afraid, you shrug. Should I be? Another smile, this one brighter. No, you're here for a reason. You raise an eyebrow. And what's that? He shrugs. I'm still deciding. Because of course he is. You think back to the beginning. The child born from thunder and sewn into a thigh. The nymphs, the satyrs, the mad wandering through lands where no map reached. The vines that responded to his thoughts. The grief tucked inside all that joy, like a pit in the center of a plum. Dionysus isn't a god of easy categories. He's laughter in the middle of mourning. He's the silence that follows chaos. He's wine on the altar and broken glass on the floor. He's the reason people dance until they collapse, and the one who pulls them gently to their feet afterward. And maybe, just maybe, he's something more than a myth. He holds out a grape. Eat. You do. And suddenly, you understand why wine is sacred. It's not just the intoxication. It's the transformation, the fruit that ferments, the sweetness that waits through decay, the joy that only arrives after everything else has fallen apart. You close your eyes. When you open them, the sea has changed color. Not metaphorically. Like it's actually now a deeper, richer blue than before, as if Dionysus painted it while you weren't looking. You don't even ask. What would be the point? You're on a boat with a god who turns thieves into sea mammals and offers redemption in the form of breakfast grapes. You might as well enjoy the ride. Section 5. The sea has gone silent again, but not in that eerie, something's wrong kind of way. This is the kind of hush that settles over a place after it's been blessed or cursed, and no one's quite sure which it was. The kind of stillness where you swear even the sun is holding its breath. You're lounging now, Dionysus insisted. Not with words, just a gentle wave of his hand and the sudden appearance of a soft cushion that absolutely wasn't there before. You've stopped questioning things like this? It's easier, more polite, really. The helmsman has regained a little color in his face, though he still steers the ship like he might wake up at any second to find this was all a fig-induced hallucination. He hasn't spoken since breakfast, just steers, always toward the horizon, wherever that may be. Dionysus has started whistling. The tune wobbles between keys like it can't make up its mind. And somewhere in the rhythm, you start to feel sleepy again. Not tired, exactly. Just softened. Like your body is melting into the wood. Your mind unraveling like a ball of yarn in a cat's dream. And it's in this haze that the god begins to speak again. "You've heard about Semele, haven't you?" he says, casually peeling a fig. You nod. "The one who exploded?" He chuckles. That's the part they always remember. He pops the fig into his mouth and leans back, eyes on the clouds like he's scanning them for ancient gossip, but no one remembers what she was like. So he tells you. Semele, daughter of Cadmus, was mortal, but barely. Born into a royal house with just enough divine blood to be inconvenient. She wasn't a goddess, but people stared too long when she walked by. She was the kind of woman who made flowers bloom slightly faster when she looked at them. She met Zeus in disguise, because of course she did. That's how Zeus operated. Guy couldn't order a coffee without turning into a swan first. But he fell for her. Not just in the "you're cute, let's ruin Olympus together" way. He loved her. Enough to visit often. Enough to get caught. And that's where Hera comes in. Now here's your mainstream fact. In Greek myth, Hera is the goddess of marriage and childbirth, but she also becomes the unofficial deity of wrathful retribution, especially when it comes to Zeus's flings. She's the reason half the mythical population of Greece has trust issues. But there's an overlooked detail in the Dionysus story. Hera didn't just ruin Semele out of jealousy. She did it methodically. She disguised herself as an old nurse, gained Semele's trust, and planted the idea. If your baby is truly divine, Zeus should show you his godly form, right? It was genius. Horrible, but genius. Because mortals can't survive divine radiance. It's like staring into the sun and asking it to blink first. So Semele asked, and Zeus, bound by an oath, never a good idea in myth, revealed himself. The moment he did, the palace burned. The air caught fire. Semele vanished in a puff of deviant combustion, and all that was left was you. Well, not you. Dionysus. But you're so embedded in the moment now that it feels personal. That's when Zeus cut open his thigh and stuffed the fetal god inside. A weird choice? Yes. Symbolic? Absolutely. Scholars still argue whether the thigh birth is a metaphor for masculine fertility or just another example of the Greeks being aggressively strange about anatomy. Either way, it worked. Dionysus was born again, thigh fresh, blinking into a world already bent against him. Semele died for love, Dionysus says now, voice softer. Not just for Zeus, for me. You glance at him. There's something flickering behind his eyes that you haven't seen before. Grief. It hangs there like condensation, unshouted, unshaped, but undeniable. You suddenly understand why he's not like the other gods. Most of them are born from light and chaos and cosmic tantrums. But Dionysus? He's born of loss, of a mother who never got to hold him, of fire and sacrifice, of silence where lullabies should have been. He's not just the god of wine. He's the god of what comes after. The crying, the dancing, the numbness, the giddy laughter when your body has nothing else to give. He's the god of recovery, of re-entry into the world after it broke you. People think I'm madness, he mutters. But really, I'm what happens when madness stops hurting. And you sit with that for a while. The boat rocks gently. The sun creeps higher, warm on your skin, as if trying to apologize for the rest of the universe. Eventually, the helmsman clears his throat. Where are we headed? Dionysus grins. Nowhere, everywhere. Forward. Super helpful. The helmsman sighs, like a man who knows he's stuck in a metaphor. Fine, he says. Just tell me when we're there. You stretch your legs. The cushion beneath you is turning into moss. Why? Don't ask. The rules are different now. And as the day stretches into a golden ribbon of slow minutes, you find yourself thinking about Hera, about what kind of person spends eternity hunting down the children of her husband's mistakes, about the kind of resentment that hardens into purpose. You wonder what she thinks of Dionysus now, the twice-born, the undrownable, the unmanageable, and you kind of hope it drives her nuts. You glance at the god across from you. He's humming again, feeding grapes to a bird that definitely wasn't there 5 seconds ago. You smile, and then you realize you're smiling at a being who once turned an entire crew into dolphins because they made bad assumptions. And yet you feel completely safe. There's a strange peace here, not because nothing can go wrong, but because when it does, it'll still somehow feel like part of the story. You'll laugh. You'll cry. You might even get turned into marine life. But you'll be seen. And for now, that's enough. Section 6. You lose track of how long you've been drifting. The days don't announce themselves with roosters or clocks anymore. Now, they sneak up softly, cued only by the slow fade of stars or the shift in the temperature of the wind. The ship no longer feels like transportation. It feels like a stage, or a cradle, or maybe just a place that stopped pretending to be logical. Dionysus hasn't moved from his barrel in hours, or days. It's hard to tell. His robe has grown longer, or maybe it's trailing ivy now. His curls catch sunlight like gold netting, and every so often, his eyes flutter open with the slow grace of someone waking from a particularly luxurious nap. You've been dozing on and off, too, lulled by the rhythm of waves, the light jingle of a goat's bell somewhere. Why is there still a goat? And the occasional chorus of invisible flutes. But now Dionysus stretches. And when a god stretches, the air does too. Want to see where I grew up? He asks, casually, like someone offering a tour of their childhood bedroom. Before you can answer, the boat veers sharply. You grab a rope. The helmsman yells something indignant and mostly nautical, but the sea obeys. And within moments, a faint outline rises from the mist. A mountain blanketed in green, with slopes too steep and flowers too bright to be anything but myth. Mount Nysa, the place where Dionysus grew up. Or at least, one of them. Nobody actually agrees on where it is. Some say India, others Ethiopia. A few bold scholars argue it wasn't real at all, just a metaphor for divine exile and rebirth. Historians still argue whether the Mount Nysa of legend corresponds to any real location, or if it was simply invented as a kind of narrative placeholder for somewhere far and weird and spiritually important. But what you see now is lush and shimmering and utterly implausible. The boat slides into a tiny cove beaching itself gently on sand, so fine it feels like crushed moonstone. Dionysus steps off barefoot, leaving no footprints, and gestures for you to follow. You do. The moment you set foot on the island, you smell it. The warm scent of jasmine and ripe figs mingled with something darker, earthy, rich, a little intoxicating, like moss and midnight and memory. "This is where they hid me," he says, leading you up a winding path choked with vines. "The nymphs?" He nods. "And a few very musical animals." You come to a clearing. It's shaped like an amphitheater, only softer. Nature-made, not carved. Flowers bloom in concentric circles. In the center, a cradle made of woven ivy and golden thread, still gently rocking. He walks to it, doesn't touch it, just stands there for a moment, staring. "They sang to me here," he says, "and I made things grow when I cried." You sit in the grass. Dionysus looks different here. Lighter, maybe younger. The burden he carries, of identity, of being twice born, of godhood, with a foot still in grief, seems to ease on this soil. He points to a tree. "That one played the flute. Badly." You raise an eyebrow. "I was a baby." He shrugs. "I had limited options for entertainment." The tree is still there, twisted in an elegant arc. You lean close and swear you can hear a hum, a faint vibration, like wind through hollow bone. You wander further into the shaded parts of the grove. There's a spring here, bubbling lazily. Dionysus cups water in his hands and splashes it over his face. When he turns to you, his eyes are clearer, brighter. "This was home," he says, "before they chased me." You already know who they are. Hera's followers, zealots, the kind of people who don't like things they can't categorize. "You don't seem angry," you say. He thinks about it. Then, "I used to be, until I realized madness was easier." You pause. He shrugs. "Madness is just another kind of freedom." Here's your quirky tidbit. Some myths claim that Dionysus wasn't raised solely by nymphs, but also by a wise old man named Silenus, drunk half the time, possibly immortal, and full of riddles no one could solve, like a wine-soaked Yoda. In some versions, Silenus taught him about life, the cosmos, and why goats make the best backup dancers. You ask about him. "He's around," Dionysus says. "Sometimes, usually under a table." That tracks. You lie back on the grass now, staring at the sky above Mount Nisa. It doesn't look like any sky you've seen before. The clouds move in spirals. The sun has two halos. A bird flies overhead, trailing petals. "What do you remember most?" you ask. Dionysus tilts his head. "The feeling of being wanted. Not because I was divine. Just wanted." It hits you harder than you expect. You don't usually think of gods as needing anything, let alone something so human. But Dionysus is different. He's not about worship. He's about welcome, and for the first time, you understand the appeal of his rituals, why people danced for him, why they drank and shouted and broke all the rules. It wasn't chaos, it was release, a safe kind of surrender. Mount Nisa shimmers around you, like a memory in mid-dissolve. Dionysus stands. Ready? For what? He grins. More story. And just like that, the path shifts. The island tilts. The sea returns. You're back on the ship, somehow. The helmsman gives you a tired nod. Dionysus resumes his barrel throne. But you feel different. You've walked through the cradle of a god. And somewhere in the distance, you swear you hear a tree trying to play the flute. Section 7. The ship glides on, leaving Mount Nisa to dissolve behind you like a dream at sunrise. One moment, it's there, verdant, humming, sacred. The next, it's just ocean again, the island hidden in the folds of mist, tucked back into whatever divine pocket dimension Dionysus keeps for sentimental storage. The air smells different now, fresher. You take in a deep breath and taste something like crushed mint and smoke from a bonfire 2 valleys away. Somewhere overhead, seagulls cry. Or are they? You glance up, and one of them is definitely wearing a laurel wreath. Nope. You're not asking. Not anymore. Dionysus hums a low tune as the boat sails itself. Not metaphorically. There's no wind, no oars, no helmsman steering with purpose. It just knows where to go now, which is deeply unnerving and also kind of convenient. He turns to you with that smile again, the one that always looks like he knows your next thought before you do. I was raised in music, he says. Did I ever tell you that? You shake your head, and that's all the encouragement he needs. He waves a hand, and suddenly you hear it. Flutes, high and reedy, thin as a thread of breath. Then drums, soft, pulsing, like the heartbeat of something ancient just below the waterline. Then laughter, rising in layers, feminine voices, playful, a little unhinged. Like you've stumbled into the world's most enchanted warm-up rehearsal for a musical that never officially opened. Meet my family, Dionysus says, as the sound surrounds you. From the sea mist, figures begin to appear. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds. Women in flowing dresses, hair full of leaves and secrets. Their eyes flash like stormlight. Their feet barely touch the deck as they dance, if you can call it dancing. It's more like possession, but in a fun, choreography-optional way. The Maenads, Dionysus's most devoted followers, and they've arrived mid-party. One of them pirouettes past you and giggles. Another holds a branch like a staff, dripping with ivy. A third offers you something that might be wine or might be liquefied lightning. You decline, not because you're scared, but because you suspect drinking it would change your eye color permanently. Here's your mainstream historical fact. Maenads were the female followers of Dionysus in ancient Greek myth and cult. Their name means raving ones, and they were often depicted in a state of ecstatic frenzy, dancing, singing, wielding thyrsus staffs. That's a fennel stalk wrapped in ivy, obviously, and sometimes tearing apart wild animals with their bare hands. So yeah, not your average book club. You watch them now, some leaping, some swaying, some whispering to invisible friends, and you realize they're not mad. They're free. They're releasing something. Sorrow, anger, joy, all of it. It spills out of them in movements too wild for regular society, too honest for courtrooms or dinner tables. Dionysus watches them with the patience of a parent who knows there will be glitter in the carpet for weeks. "They were the first," he says, voice low. "The first to accept me." You glance over. When the cities rejected me, they ran to me. There's something in his eyes again, not sadness, something deeper. They didn't care that I wasn't born on Olympus, or that I wandered, or that I came with wine and tears in equal measure. He looks at you now. They just wanted to feel something. One Maenad, short, messy curls, a crooked grin, jumps up beside you and leans in like she's about to share a secret. Then she giggles, kisses your cheek, and dives overboard in a shower of ivy. You run to the side in alarm, but she's fine, floating, laughing, riding what appears to be a dolphin. Of course. Dionysus chuckles. "They don't die," he says. "Not like mortals do. Not when they're with me." That should be comforting. It mostly is. But it also makes you wonder, how many of these women came to him running from something worse than death? You ask him? He sighs. Fathers, husbands, cities, rules, shame. The usual. That checks out. Somewhere behind you, drums intensify. The Maenads are building something, momentum, or maybe a scene. One of them has turned the mast into a dance pole. Two others are juggling grapes and snakes. The snakes are very into it. And it's then, in the swirl of madness and movement, that you spot them. Satyrs. Oh boy. Half man, half goat. Full-time chaos gremlins. They arrive in a blur of hooves and panpipes, bleating half-melodies, laughing at jokes they haven't told yet. One high-fives a Maenad and immediately falls over. Another tries to eat a rope. A third is making aggressive eye contact with a potted plant. Here's your quirky tidbit. Satyrs in early Greek myth weren't always the cuddly troublemakers we picture. In some traditions, they were more primal, darker, wilder, closer to ancient forest spirits. But Dionysus domesticated them, sort of. Or maybe just made their chaos festive. One sidles up to you and offers a fig soaked in wine. You take it. Why not? It tastes like laughter, like bad decisions you don't regret. Together, the Maenads and satyrs fill the ship. It's no longer a boat. It's a floating rave. A mythological flash mob. A cult gathering with a better soundtrack. And Dionysus? He's in the center now, arms raised, hair blowing in wind that doesn't exist, vines spiraling around him like obedient serpents. His mouth opens, and from it comes not words, but sound, not music, permission, to let go, to fall, to laugh until your ribs ache and your past melts. Historians still argue whether these rituals, the Dionysian mysteries, were spiritual catharsis or just state-sponsored parties with bonus snake handling. Some say they involved trance. Others, controlled madness. A few whisper about rituals so intense they broke the soul apart and rebuilt it better. You're swaying now. And for a second, you get it. Why people followed him. Why they ran into the forest, wearing nothing but hope and a thyrsus. Why they trusted him with their joy. Because he doesn't demand it. He invites it. And you say, yes. Section 8. You're not sure how long the dancing lasts. Time, on this ship, has officially gone on strike. At some point, you're lying flat on the deck, head nestled in a coil of rope that now smells suspiciously like cinnamon. The stars are back, glittering, unbothered, and the sea is so calm, it might as well be a floor painted by someone with an ocean fetish and a very steady hand. Dionysus sits beside you, knees drawn up, robe falling off one shoulder, like a Renaissance painting that's about to get spicy. He's quiet now. The Maenads are scattered across the deck, snoring gently. A satyr is curled in a barrel, like a goat-flavored cinnamon roll. Someone's thyrsus is floating in the water, bobbing like a pool noodle of questionable legality. You turn to him. "How do you do that?" you ask. He doesn't look over. "Do what?" "All of it. Make vines grow. Turn pirates into dolphins. Start a rave without any speakers." He exhales through his nose, a soft little laugh. "It's not hard when you are the thing you're making." That fries your brain a little, so you change the subject. "Did you always know?" He does look at you now. "Know what?" "That you were different?" He stretches out on the deck, resting his head on his arm. "Of course. I was raised by plants, danced with ghosts, and could ferment fruit with my fingers before I could speak. Most babies drool. I brood." That tracks. But he grows serious again. "I always knew I wasn't normal," he says. "But the hard part was figuring out what kind of not normal I was supposed to be." You nod. "Yeah, that sounds familiar." He closes his eyes, voice softer now. "I didn't choose wine to be fun. I chose wine because it's the only thing that survives decay." You blink. He smiles again, eyes still shut. "Think about it. Fruit rots. But ferment it? It becomes something new, stronger, more alive. That's what I do. That's what I am." You let that settle. Wine isn't the absence of rot. It's rot that learned to sing. And suddenly, the whole myth starts to make sense. The birth, the madness, the joy, the rage. Dionysus isn't a god of chaos. He's the god of after the fire, after the heartbreak, after the scream. He's what you get when you go all the way through your worst day and come out holding a cup. Here's your mainstream fact for the night. Dionysus wasn't always accepted as an Olympian. For a long time, he wasn't counted among the 12. He wandered. He was seen as foreign, as too wild, too unpredictable. Some city-states resisted his cult. Others embraced it so hard they built entire theaters and festivals around his name. It was only later, after centuries of celebration and myth, that he was officially recognized. By then, of course, he didn't care. He had his followers, his rights, his power, and wine had already gone global. You sit up. "Show me," you say. He blinks. "Show you what?" "The vine thing." He grins. "That's what you want?" You nod. He sits up slowly, palms the deck, and closes his eyes. And then, with no fanfare at all, he whispers, "Grow." The boards beneath your feet shift. You stare as green tendrils curl up through the cracks, first thin as hair, then thicker, swelling with life. Leaves unfurl like lazy hands waking from a nap. The wood doesn't break. It welcomes the vines. And just like that, a grape cluster the size of your head dangles in front of you. Dionysus plucks a grape and hands it to you. Don't chew, just hold it on your tongue. You obey. It bursts with flavor. Sweet, of course, but also smoky, spiced. It tastes like a memory you forgot you had, of dancing barefoot in warm grass, of someone singing your name in the distance, of summer rain hitting the back of your neck. You close your eyes, and for a second, you belong. Here's your quirky tidbit. In ancient Dionysian cult rituals, grapevines were sometimes planted over tombs. It was believed that the dead could help fertilize the new growth, and that the resulting wine had special powers. You know, vintage with a vengeance. You look back at Dionysus. How far can you go? You ask. He tilts his head. With what? With this. With you. He shrugs. As far as people are willing to feel. You nod slowly. That makes sense. Dionysus isn't limited by space. He's limited by permission. You lean back, arms behind your head, staring at the constellations. The ship rocks gently. Somewhere, a satyr starts snoring in an impressively syncopated rhythm. The god beside you is humming again. You realize you could fall asleep like this. But then Dionysus says, "Want to see something strange?" You laugh. You mean that wasn't strange? He stands. No, I mean old strange. He gestures, and the vines withdraw into the wood like they're embarrassed for showing off. You follow him to the edge of the deck. He points to the sea, and there, just beneath the surface, you see it. A glowing path, like a road made of moonlight and bubbles. It winds beneath the water, deeper than the eye can follow. Where does it go? You ask. He smiles. To the place I first lost myself. Of course, you should be scared, but instead, you feel your feet moving. And Dionysus is already climbing onto the railing, perfectly balanced, as if gravity is something other people worry about. Ready? He says. And before you can answer, he dives. Section 9. You stare over the edge of the ship. Dionysus has vanished beneath the waves, swallowed like a coin tossed into a wishing well. The water ripples for a moment, then smooths out, calm and smug, like it just tucked away a secret. For a second, you hesitate. You're not a diver. You're not even particularly good at swimming. And there are still definitely dolphins out there who used to be pirates. And one of them gave you a look earlier that said, "Try me." But the glowing path beneath the surface is hypnotic. It shimmers like it's alive. Not a reflection, not bioluminescence. This is something else. It pulses, like it's waiting for you. You take a breath, and then you jump. The sea greets you like it's known you forever. Not cold, not shocking, just welcoming. The water wraps around you like silk soaked in moonlight. And for a moment, you float there in the blue, weightless, and utterly unsure whether you're dreaming or dying. Then you see him, Dionysus gliding below, legs moving in slow, impossible strokes. His robe fluttering like a jellyfish in zero gravity. He turns, smirks, and beckons you. So you follow. Down the path you go, deeper than should be possible without imploding, or at least getting a lecture from Poseidon. The glowing trail leads between coral towers and seaweed curtains, past schools of silver fish that part for Dionysus like he's Moses at a rave. It doesn't feel like water anymore. It feels like memory, because suddenly you know where you're headed. To the years when Dionysus was wandering, mad, half-formed, full of divinity he couldn't hold. You pass scenes etched into the coral. Here's one. Dionysus walking barefoot through a desert, vines sprouting behind him with every step. Here's another. He's laughing, weeping, arguing with no one, sitting beside a donkey, petting a lion, sleeping under a fig tree shaped like a question mark. He's searching, and he's unraveling. Here's your mainstream historical fact. Many myths say Dionysus wandered the world before being fully recognized as a god. He traveled through Phrygia, Lydia, Thrace, even as far as India, spreading his cult and gathering followers. This wasn't a divine vacation. It was a long, strange pilgrimage, one that blurred the line between mortal and immortal. People thought I was mad. His voice echoes through the water, though his lips don't move. Maybe I was. You see him kneeling in a cave now, pulling at his hair, surrounded by masks. Dozens of them. Comedy, tragedy, anger, desire, blank. They gave me a name I didn't know how to carry. He continues. A god of wine, of madness, of theater. But I was just trying to remember who I was. Another image, Dionysus dancing with strangers in a town square. He spins until his robe becomes a storm cloud. People cheer, then weep, then cheer again. A child reaches for him. A woman throws a wreath. He's adored, worshipped, and yet still so alone. You can't grow until you break, he says now, floating beside you, hair waving in the current. And I broke, often. You want to ask, how did he keep going? But he's already moving. The path leads to a new place, deeper, darker. The water goes cold, and your ears start to ring. You're not just watching now, you're feeling it. The confusion, the terror of not knowing your own name, of forgetting your shape, of losing the border between joy and sorrow, until you can't tell if you're laughing or sobbing. And then, light. Not sunlight. Stage light. A single spotlight pierces the gloom. You blink. You're standing, yes, standing, on a floor of glittering sand that's become a stage. The ocean is gone. The ship gone. You're inside some ancient amphitheater, echoing and vast. The audience lost in shadows. Dionysus stands center stage. He holds a mask in one hand. Do you know what this is? He asks. You nod. A mask. He raises an eyebrow. Yes, but also no? He flips it over. It's a doorway. And here's your quirky tidbit. The theatrical mask, so central to Greek drama, was sacred to Dionysus. Ancient performances were part of his festivals. The mask didn't just hide identity. It invited transformation. Actors didn't play roles. They became vessels for stories, for gods, for truths too sharp to say out loud, without a disguise. He holds the mask up to your face. You've worn one, he says. You freeze. Because, yes, haven't you? Everyday masks, the polite one, the strong one, the funny one, the okay, I swear, I'm fine one. Everyone wears them, Dionysus says. "The trick is knowing when to take them off." He steps back. The mask falls into your hands. It's warm. Want to see who you are without it? The silence stretches, but you nod. The moment you do, the stage dissolves. You're underwater again, but not lost. The glowing path rises upward now. You follow it, faster, rising toward the surface. Your lungs don't burn. Your body doesn't ache. You're full of something else now. Light. And maybe a little wine. You burst out of the sea with a gasp. And there it is. The ship. Waiting. Gently bobbing in place like it never moved. You climb aboard. Soaked, but smiling. Dionysus is already there, lounging on a coil of rope like a victorious sea lion. His curls are somehow dry. Of course. "You made it," he says. You nod. "So?" He grins. "How do you feel?" You pause, then answer. "Like a bottle someone finally opened." And Dionysus, god of fermentation, madness, masks, and memory, laughs. A full, rich, golden laugh that echoes across the sea like music you forgot you loved. Section 10. You're still wringing seawater from your sleeves when the singing starts. It's not loud, not at first, just a low hum drifting across the deck like it's trying not to be caught. You glance around. The Maenads are stirring, their limbs tangled like ivy. The satyrs are already awake, because of course they are, stretching and yawning dramatically, as if they hadn't spent the entire night using the mainsail as a hammock/nacho blanket. But the singing, oh, it's getting louder now. Soft at first, then swelling, then layered. Harmonies made of warm breath and smoky voices. It comes from the edge of the ship, from the sea itself, and also maybe from somewhere inside your own ribs. You stand, because honestly, what else can you do? And then you see them. Women. So many women. They're walking across the waves. Literally. Not like a miracle. Not like, oh wow, they're floating. No. Heels, hips, rhythm, swagger. Right across the water, like it's a stage, and they've been booked for a midnight cabaret. They're dressed in flowing robes, hair wild, eyes shining like candle flames. One of them twirls a thyrsus like a baton. Another carries a clay jug on her shoulder with the ease of someone who could shatter a man's ego without spilling a drop. The Maenads on board leap up in delight. Screams of recognition, hugs, twirls. At least 3 people are crying for no reason at all. You turn to Dionysus, who's watching it all like a proud stage mom at a particularly dramatic dance recital. "More of your followers?" He nods. "From the mountains." He says it so casually. And here's your mainstream historical fact. In many myths, Maenads retreated to the wild. Forests, hills, mountaintops, where they held ecstatic rituals under the open sky. These weren't secret meetings. They were loud, defiant, and very public displays of divine devotion. Women who left behind their homes, roles, and rules to follow Dionysus into something wilder. The newcomers climb aboard. They smell like cedar smoke, sweat, dasat, and honey. They do not ask permission. They do not introduce themselves. One walks right up to you, looks you up and down, and says, "You've been kissed by the sea." You nod. She grins. It suits you. Then she pulls you into a dance. There's no music, not that you can hear, but your body seems to remember a rhythm your mind doesn't recognize. Feet move, arms sway. Hips do things they've never attempted before. Around you, the deck becomes a frenzy of motion. Satyrs pounding drums, maenads spinning in whirlpools of fabric, wine flowing from barrels that weren't there yesterday. And in the middle of it all, Dionysus, crowned now. His hair is woven with ivy and grapevines. A leopard, yes, again, has draped itself across his shoulders like a living stole. His eyes glow, not with fire, with invitation. You dance until you forget you have bones, until your breath isn't a task, but a song, until your name dissolves into light. And then it happens. The change. It starts small. You blink, and the sails are made of clouds. You blink again, and the deck is a field of poppies. The ocean vanishes, or maybe it just moves out of the way. You're not on a ship anymore. You're in a forest clearing. It's nighttime again. Or is it always nighttime in his world? The stars are closer now, like you could reach up and stir them with a spoon. The maenads are louder, wilder. Some are levitating slightly. One is arguing passionately with a tree, and the tree is winning. Satyrs run past you, holding something flaming, and probably illegal. And Dionysus is at the center of it all, laughing so deeply the trees bend toward him. You realize this is the true ritual. This is the thing behind the stories, the heartbeat beneath the hymn. Dionysus didn't come to bring madness. He came to show you what's on the other side of control. Here's your quirky tidbit. Ancient playwright Euripides wrote a whole tragedy about this called the Bacchae. In it, King Pentheus tries to outlaw Dionysus worship, only to be lured into the mountains, dressed as a woman, and, spoiler alert, torn apart by the maenads, one of whom is his own mom. Whoops. Dionysus didn't even lift a finger, just let the king tie his own noose with ribbons. You think about that as you spin, breathless, in the forest that was a boat. He's not violent, but he's not safe either. He's not evil, but he doesn't mind chaos. He is joy that claws, laughter with teeth, grace that dances on your boundaries until they blur and bloom. And in this moment, as your feet hit the grass and your heart tries to match the pulse of drums older than language, you understand, Dionysus doesn't offer freedom from madness. He offers freedom through it, to break, to become, to be shattered, and sing anyway. And suddenly, the maenad gripping your hand stops spinning. She grins at you, eyes sparkling. Now, she says. Now you're one of us. And before you can ask what that means, the forest fades. The stars return to their usual distance. The sails knit themselves back into canvas. The deck beneath your feet is wooden once more. Everyone's asleep. You're standing alone beside Dionysus. He hands you a fig. You bite into it, juice sticky on your chin, and feel yourself returning. Changed. Not louder, not braver, just looser. softer at the edges, wiser in the bones, and Dionysus, god of wine, of rapture, of whatever just happened, he simply says, "Welcome home." Section 11. You wake up with a grape in your hand and a goat chewing softly on your hair, which, weirdly, feels comforting. The ship rocks gently under a milky sky, and everything smells like dew, crushed thyme, and a faint echo of last night's forest rave. Someone's sandals are hanging from the mast. A satyr is asleep face down in a wine barrel, legs kicking lazily, like he's dreaming of a marathon he will never run. Dionysus is perched on the railing, barefoot, staring out at the horizon, like he's waiting for it to blink first. "Morning," he says, without looking. You sit up, hair a mess, toga probably inside out. "Is it?" He shrugs. "Time's flexible." That tracks. You chew the grape. It tastes like the last line of a poem that doesn't have a beginning. Sweet, but a little smug. Dionysus hops down and wanders over, stretching like a cat. "You've done well," he says. "You haven't turned into a dolphin, or lost your mind, or started chanting to a fig." You glance at the goat beside you, which bleats in perfect rhythm. "Yet," you reply. He grins. "Yet." There's a quiet moment, broken only by the distant toot of a panpipe played badly. You squint over the railing. Sure enough, a satyr is floating nearby on a chunk of driftwood, serenading a crab. Because of course. And here's your mainstream historical fact. Pan, the god of the wild, shepherds, and rustic music, is closely associated with Dionysus. Satyrs, like the ones on board, are said to be Pan's spiritual cousins, or chaotic interns, often wielding panpipes and following Dionysian processions into the wilderness. Pan himself was worshipped with dances, feasts, and very questionable musical taste. Dionysus gestures toward the satyr. "Pan taught him everything he knows," he says, which is to say, not much. You laugh. "Why do they follow you?" you ask, watching another satyr tumble across the deck in pursuit of a butterfly that may or may not be imaginary. "The satyrs?" You nod. He thinks for a moment. "Because I see them, not just for what they are, but for what they feel. They live in the in-between, not men, not beasts, not quite divine. That's familiar." You tilt your head. "You mean you're in between?" He smiles, a little more softly this time. "Born mortal, raised divine, worshipped by some, exiled by others, joy and madness, laughter and grief. I'm all of it." He steps closer, placing a hand lightly on your shoulder. "So are you." And you realize he's not just talking about himself. He's talking about everyone. The satyrs, the Maenads, the pirates who became dolphins, the helmsman who still hasn't spoken since dawn. You, him, everyone who's ever tried to make sense of the wild, swinging pendulum between sorrow and ecstasy. Satyrs aren't just comic relief in this story. They're survivors, creatures who've learned to find joy in the mess, to laugh at the absurdity of existing with hooves and desires, and no real job description. They dance because the alternative is despair. They drink because sometimes that's the only way to quiet the thoughts. They follow Dionysus because he's the only god who doesn't flinch at what they are. You sit with that a while, leaning against the railing, watching a satyr braid seaweed into his beard with intense concentration. Another is trying to teach a goat to juggle. Neither is succeeding, but that's not the point. Did you invent them? You ask. Dionysus chuckles. No, but I welcomed them. You glance at him. That's kind of your whole thing, isn't it? He shrugs. Open door, open arms, open bottle. The wind picks up, rustling the sails with a contented sigh. You spot land on the horizon, a jagged outline of cliffs and olive trees. Dionysus notices too. That's where we're headed. Boom. You don't ask how the boat knows. It just does. And here's your quirky tidbit. In some regional myths, satyrs were believed to live in herds deep in the mountains and would only emerge during Dionysian festivals. Locals would leave offerings in the woods, bowls of milk, honey, or the occasional awkwardly composed poem, hoping to curry favor, or just avoid being pranked by tipsy forest gremlins. As the ship floats onward, the satyrs begin to gather. One brings out a panpipe and plays the same 3 notes over and over until another finally swats him with a fennel stalk. 2 more are arm wrestling, using their tails. A 4th is dancing with a goat, who, frankly, is winning. You sit among them now, not as a guest, but as something else. Accepted. Not fully one of them, but also not one of them. A satyr flops down beside you and offers you a grape the size of a plum. Thanks, you say. He nods solemnly, then sneezes and falls off the crate. You glance at Dionysus, who watches the chaos unfold like a conductor enjoying the world's drunkest orchestra. You don't control them, you say. He shakes his head. Never. I invite. You think about that. There are other gods, kings, warriors, tyrants, gods who demand, who punish, who control. Dionysus doesn't order anyone. He opens the door and waits to see who dances through it. And suddenly, you understand the loyalty, the devotion, the way the satyrs follow him, not because they're forced to, but because they've never belonged anywhere else. You lean back, staring at the sky, which is now a lazy swirl of rose and gold. The ship hums beneath your feet. A satyr belches the alphabet. And Dionysus says quietly, "Not bad for a bunch of misfits." You smile, because you realize, on this ship, being a misfit is the first step toward becoming a myth. Section 12. The ship glides closer to land, and the mood shifts, just slightly. The laughter quiets. The flutes slow down. The satyrs stop setting things on fire, just long enough to sniff the breeze, like dogs at a new park. You feel it too. A kind of anticipation thick in the air. Not dread, exactly, but something heavy, something shaped like memory. Dionysus is standing again, robes brushing the deck, his gaze fixed on the shoreline ahead. There's no grin this time, no joke ready, just silence. You follow his eyes. There, tucked between steep hills and stiff-necked olive trees, is a city. Walled, proud, stubborn. Stone buildings stacked like they're trying to one-up each other. Banners hang limp in the hot wind. People move through the narrow streets like ants from a distance, structured, ordered, oblivious. That city is Thebes. You shiver, and not just from the name. It feels old. Not ancient in the way of ruins, but ancient like trauma you never quite unpacked. The kind of place where myths don't whisper, they yell. Dionysus sighs, deep and long, and my birthplace, he mutters, and the first to reject me. You glance at him. He doesn't look angry. He looks tired. Tired in a way only gods and exiles understand. Here's your mainstream historical fact. Thebes is where Dionysus's mother, Semele, lived, and where she died. The city that should have embraced him as a divine native son, born of royal blood and thunder. But instead, when Dionysus returned after his long wandering, the rulers of Thebes scoffed at his divinity, called him a fraud, a trickster, a drunk leading women astray. They didn't just disbelieve, they mocked. And if there's one thing you don't do in a Greek myth, it's mock the guy who turns pirates into sea mammals for giggles. You dock at a hidden inlet shielded by cliffs. The crew, what remains of it, is quiet. The Maenads tighten their belts. The satyrs snicker less. Dionysus steps ashore barefoot, as always, but there's something different in his posture now. Straight-backed, stern, like a man preparing to walk into a courtroom where the judge, jury, and audience all owe him an apology. You follow, of course, because at this point, what else are you going to do? Go back to your normal life? You've danced with levitating women and eaten grapes that taste like prophecy. You're in this now. Thebes is loud, not in a party way, in a city way. Market stalls bursting with figs and fish, stone-paved roads echoing with sandals and gossip, statues of gods on every corner, Athena with her spear, Apollo with his smug harp, even Hera looking as joyless as ever. But no Dionysus, not one statue, not even a little shrine. He's been erased. You glance at him. He notices, and his smile returns. But it's sharp this time, like a blade tucked behind a laugh. You reach the city square, and that's when the yelling starts. Guards, spears, accusations. It happens fast. A few stern-faced men in armor, barking orders. One of them shouts, "Who do you think you are, parading around with wild women and beasts?" Dionysus raises an eyebrow. "The god you forgot?" And they laugh. Oh no. Here's your quirky tidbit. In the Bacchae by Euripides, this exact thing happens. The ruler of Thebes at the time, King Pentheus, refuses to acknowledge Dionysus as a god. Instead, he mocks him, threatens his followers, and basically challenges him to a divine duel. Spoiler: Pentheus loses. Badly. And not just in the "oops, my army got vine-wrapped" way. We'll get there. But for now, the Thebans don't see a god. They see a man in a robe, trailing satyrs and scandal. Pentheus hasn't arrived yet, but his voice echoes through the square, sharp, commanding, deeply insecure. You hear him shouting orders to arrest the stranger, to chain the women, to restore order. You glance at Dionysus. He's smiling, not amused, not furious. Smiling like someone who's been here before, who remembers. They always fear what they can't control, he murmurs. Then he steps forward. The guards lunge, and suddenly, vines. You don't see them grow so much as arrive. One heartbeat. Stone Plaza. Next heartbeat. Grapevines everywhere. winding up pillars, curling around ankles, sprouting from cracks in the road. The guards are too stunned to move. The satyrs cheer. The maenads hum low, vibrating tones that make the stone under your feet shudder. And Dionysus walks straight to the center of the square, raises both hands, and speaks, not loudly, but the words ripple outward like thunder inside silk. I was born here. My mother burned here. I have returned. People stare. Some begin to kneel. Others flee. A child throws him a flower. And just like that, the mood turns. The city, once so proud, so sure, begins to tilt, as if reality itself is leaning in Dionysus's direction. You glance at a statue of Zeus. It's crying. That's probably fine. The satyrs begin passing out wine to confused merchants. A maenad crowns an old woman with ivy, who immediately begins breakdancing. The entire fish market starts singing in harmony. A goat enters a bakery and exits with a baguette. This is not war. This is revelation. Thebes is about to remember what it forgot. And Dionysus? He's just getting started. Section 13. You barely have time to blink before Thebes is transformed. Not in a burning wall, Zeus rage kind of way. No thunderbolts, no floods. Just entropy in slow motion, disguised as a really good time. 1 minute, it's a city. The next, it's a stage. The fishmongers are waltzing. A moneylender is playing hopscotch with a satyr. 2 elderly women are climbing a statue of Ares and giggling like schoolgirls. The air smells like roasted figs and sandalwood, and the kind of wine that makes you want to confess things you didn't even know you were hiding. And in the middle of it all, smiling like a man who just pulled the tablecloth out from under your dinner without breaking a plate. Dionysus. He's standing at the temple steps. The temple not to him, of course, but to Apollo. And he doesn't look jealous. He looks like someone patiently waiting for the rest of the world to catch up to what he already knows. You turn at the sound of clanging armor. Here comes Pentheus, young, handsome, overdressed, the kind of man who uses the phrase law and order with too much emphasis on the order. His jaw is clenched, like it's holding back both a tantrum and a soliloquy. He sees Dionysus. You feel the temperature drop 5 degrees. Here's your mainstream historical fact. In the Bacchae, Pentheus is the ultimate buzzkill. The king of Thebes, proud of his discipline, allergic to anything that remotely smells like joy. He represents logic, control, civilization. Everything Dionysus is not. When Dionysus arrives, and his maenads start celebrating on Mount Cithaeron, Pentheus goes full ban the books energy. He doesn't just refuse to worship the god, he arrests him, which, as we now know, is a very poor choice. Now you're watching that story unfold in real time. Pentheus strides forward, flanked by guards who look increasingly unsure about their career choices. The vines haven't touched them, yet. But the ivy creeping up the temple columns is watching. You can feel it. You, Pentheus shouts, you've defiled this city. You've unleashed chaos. Dionysus raises an eyebrow. You're welcome. The crowd giggles nervously. A satyr claps. Pentheus points at him. Seize that man! The guards hesitate. Dionysus steps down the stairs, arms open, peaceful. I came home. You just didn't recognize me. You're no god, Pentheus spits. You're a sorcerer, a trickster. Dionysus tilts his head. Do you see what's happening around you? Thebes is still unraveling. A scribe is writing poetry on the back of a goat. A senator is weeping into a bunch of grapes. Children are drawing mustaches on statues of Athena. And yet, Pentheus doesn't blink. He's so sure of his logic, his rules, his dominion over the world. He doesn't see divinity. He sees a threat to his control. And that's the thing, isn't it? Dionysus doesn't just disrupt. He reveals. He doesn't force you to go mad. He gives you permission to stop pretending you're sane. Pentheus gestures again. Take him. The guards step forward. Dionysus smiles. And then he simply says, You want to see what they see, don't you? Pentheus pauses. What? You've heard about the Maenads, Dionysus says, circling now. Dancing in the hills, freed from fear, rapturous, powerful. You've imagined them. Pentheus bristles. I'm a king. I don't imagine. Dionysus leans close. You want to see them. He says it like a truth that already lives in Pentheus's bones. And something shifts. Pentheus hesitates. Yes. Just like that. You feel it. That invisible cord being pulled. Dionysus isn't manipulating. He's offering. And Pentheus accepts. The god claps his hands. Two Maenads step forward with robes, flowing, sheer, regal. They drape Pentheus in them, like he's being prepared for a coronation or a sacrifice. Spoiler, it's both. A satyr places a crown of ivy on his head. Another hands him a staff. Pentheus doesn't resist. He looks dazed, dreamy, enchanted. You watch as the king of Thebes, the law and order guy, the logic first ruler, lets himself be dressed like a devotee of the very god he came to arrest. Dionysus steps back to admire his work. Now, he says gently, go see for yourself. And just like that, the scene dissolves again. You blink, and you're no longer in Thebes. You're walking behind Pentheus up a mountain path. The vines part before him. The satyrs giggle behind their hands. You can hear drums in the distance, low, slow, drawing him closer, closer to the Maenads. Here's your scholarly debate phrase of the night. Historians still argue whether this part of the myth is a cautionary tale about gender, about identity, about unchecked power, or whether it's a metaphor for the cost of refusing transformation. Pentheus didn't fall because he was weak. He fell because he couldn't imagine a world he didn't control. You reach a ridge. Below, in a clearing, the Maenads dance. Wild, beautiful, terrifying. Pentheus watches, trembling, and Dionysus leans in a beside you, whispering, he doesn't know who he is anymore. Neither do you. But you're starting to think that might be the point. Section 14. The drums below you throb like a second heartbeat. You and Dionysus remain still at the ridge's edge, watching Pentheus sway. He's swaddled in flowing robes, ivy tangled in his hair, eyes wide with wonder. For a moment, he doesn't look like a king at all. He looks like someone who forgot what kingship even means. like someone who's been invited to be free, and doesn't know if he should run from it or leap in face first. Below, the Maenads are dancing in spirals, feet kicking up soft puffs of mountain dust. Their laughter rises like smoke, wild and unfiltered. And even from here, you can feel it. The energy, electric and strange, like a storm building inside a bonfire. Pentheus grips his staff tighter. "I want to go closer," he whispers. Dionysus nods. "Then go." And just like that, Pentheus starts down the path. You watch him descend, robes catching on thorny branches, feet stumbling over roots. He's trying to walk with royal dignity, but looks more like someone who's just learned how legs work. You stay back, unsure whether you're here to witness or warn. Dionysus? He just sits down on a rock, like this is his favorite part of a movie he's seen 1,000 times. You glance at him. He doesn't know what's coming. Dionysus shakes his head. "None of them do." Pentheus reaches the edge of the clearing. From this distance, he looks like just another wild woman approaching the group. And that's the moment everything turns. One Maenad, tall, radiant, with eyes like heat lightning, stops dancing. She stares at him, tilts her head. Then another stops. Then another. And suddenly, the music drops into a heavy, expectant silence. Pentheus freezes. Then the tall one says, loud enough to carry, "Who is she?" And now you realize, they don't see Pentheus. Not as a man, not as a king, not even as a threat. They see a stranger, a disguised one, something pretending. And remember, these are Maenads. They don't ask twice. Here's your mainstream historical fact. In Euripides' The Bacchae, Dionysus leads Pentheus to the Maenads under the illusion that he can spy on their rituals. But in his madness, Pentheus believes he's invisible or immune. In truth, he's neither. The Maenads see through him. What happens next is violent, tragic, and disturbingly calm. He is torn apart, not by angry warriors, but by women in trance, one of whom is his own mother. You watch the Maenads descend on him now. Pentheus stumbles backward, suddenly remembering he's very mortal. He drops his staff, tries to speak, maybe to explain, maybe to plead. They don't listen, because this isn't punishment, not in their eyes. This is cleansing, a return, a sacrifice to a god who was denied. The Maenads' faces blur, not with fury, but ecstasy. Their hands move with purpose, not malice. To them, Pentheus is not a man. He's a symbol, a shape that no longer belongs in the world they inhabit. And the one who strikes first is Agave, his mother. She doesn't recognize him. She's deep in trance, her eyes full of divine light, her mouth whispering praises to a god who sees everything. She calls him a lion cub, a wild beast. She thinks she's caught something sacred, and she tears. The scene that follows is surreal, not bloody. At least, not to you. The trees sway, like they're trying to look away. The air itself recoils. The other Maenads join in, each movement ritualistic, not rageful. Pentheus does not scream. Or if he does, the mountain swallows it. You feel your own breath catch. "Why?" you ask Dionysus, who is still seated, watching with the same stillness he always has. Because he refused to see. You blink. But you made him go. I invited him, Dionysus says. He said yes. And there it is again. That word. Invitation. Dionysus never forces, but his invitations have consequences. You look back down. The Maenads are done. They dance again, spinning faster, their hands smeared with red that quickly vanishes into vines. Agave lifts her prize, a head she believes is that of a lion, and sings to the stars. Here's your quirky tidbit. Some retellings say that when Agave returns to Thebes, with her son's head in her arms, bragging of her hunt, she doesn't realize the truth until Dionysus lifts the veil of madness. That moment, when joy flips into horror, is one of the most haunting reversals in ancient tragedy. Dionysus finally stands. It's done. You want to be angry. But he doesn't look triumphant. He looks resolved. Like this wasn't revenge. It was restoration. He mocked my rights, Dionysus says, voice soft. He mocked my mother, my birth, my followers. He caged the wild, and now the wild has reminded him. The wind picks up. The clearing below fades, swallowed in mist. The sounds of drums and laughter retreat like echoes down a long hallway. You and Dionysus are alone again. And this time, you don't speak. Because what is there to say? The god of joy also brings ruin. The god of dance also breaks bones. Not because he's cruel, but because joy, real joy, has to destroy the lie of control first. You walk beside him back toward the ship, the grass parting in silence, your mind tangled with questions that don't have answers. At the shore, he pauses and says, "He could have danced with us." Then he boards. Section 15. You step back onto the ship in silence. The vines part for you, like they're still in mourning. The sails are furled, the Maenads quiet. Even the satyrs are subdued, sitting cross-legged in clusters like hungover philosophers, stirring goblets of wine with faintly guilty expressions. No music, no dancing, just the hush that follows a divine act that nobody's quite ready to unpack. Dionysus boards last. The sea, which had been still, ripples the moment his foot touches the deck, like it knows the weight he carries. He doesn't say anything. He just walks to the prow and looks out at the water, the wind threading through his hair, like it missed him. You stand at the mast, feeling the space around you stretch thin. The city of Thebes fades behind the cliffs, stone towers shrinking like shame, swallowed by distance. A place that tried to erase him, and now will never forget. The god of wine has made his point. And yet, he doesn't look victorious. He looks like someone who has just emptied the last bottle of something he didn't want to open. You walk over, slowly. "Are you okay?" you ask. He doesn't look at you, just stares out at the waves. "He was my cousin," Dionysus says softly. "Semile's nephew, my family." You say nothing. What can you say? "His mistake wasn't disbelief," he continues. "It was arrogance. He didn't want truth. He wanted control." He finally looks at you. "People think I'm chaos. But really, I'm just what happens when control lets go." And there it is, again. Not madness. Release. You sit beside him. The ship begins to move. No one is rowing. No one is steering. It just knows where to go now. And you're not even surprised anymore. Here's your mainstream historical fact. Dionysus, after his encounter with Thebes, didn't return to Olympus immediately. Instead, he kept moving from city to city, land to land, spreading his rites and stories. Everywhere he went, people either resisted or surrendered. No one stayed the same. This next leg of the journey? It's a sea voyage again, back to where all this began. Back to that ship. The one where Dionysus first turned pirates into dolphins. You're going to relive that day, not as a bystander, but as a companion. Dionysus turns toward you now, a little smile tugging at his lips. "Let's take a trip," he says. "I want to try something." "Try what?" Instead of answering, he waves a hand. The air shifts. And just like that, the ship is gone. You're back on a different deck, a humbler ship, smaller, wooden, weathered. The ropes are fresh, the sails full. You recognize it instantly. This is that boat, the one with the pirates, the one from the beginning. And this time, there's no distance between you and the story. You're in it. You glance around. The crew is alive and well, laughing, arguing, plotting. You hear one of them say, "Look at him. Probably some spoiled noble. We'll sell him before nightfall." You turn to see Dionysus, sitting calmly by a barrel, disguised again, barefoot, hair loose, eyes half-lidded, like he's already had 3 glasses of wine and a nap. He looks different. Younger, maybe, or just more mysterious, like a magician waiting for the applause. And here's the twist. He sees you. He winks. "Welcome to the beginning," he whispers. And suddenly, you realize what's happening. You're going to watch it all again. But this time, from the inside. This time, you'll feel the moment the vines grow. You'll smell the grapes in the air as they burst into bloom. You'll hear the pirates panic, their curses turning to squeals. You'll see the water churn as dolphins leap from the wreckage of their human selves. This isn't just a myth anymore. It's a memory, and you're inside it. You lean against the mast, watching it unfold again. The laughter, the arrogance, the rising hum of something ancient waking. Dionysus remains still, unthreatening, inviting. One pirate walks past and scoffs. He looks half asleep. You mutter under your breath. He's choosing to look that way. Here's your quirky tidbit. In some lesser-known versions of the myth, Dionysus doesn't just transform the pirates. He sings them into dolphins. His voice becomes a current, his breath a tide. The transformation is musical, not mechanical. They dance into their new forms, helplessly. You watch now as one sailor starts to panic. Another tries to cut the ropes, but the ropes are already vines. The mast creaks. Leaves unfurl. A leopard appears, yawning dramatically, like it's late for a costume party. And then the sea erupts in silver. Pirates dive, scream, vanish. And where they fall, dolphins rise. You lean over the edge and see them swimming in circles, spinning with joy, like they've always belonged to the water. It's not vengeance. It's translation. This is what they were always meant to be. And Dionysus? He stands again, brushes the salt from his sleeves, and says quietly, "Some souls were made for the sea." You watch the last dolphin leap into the air, tail glinting like a comma at the end of a sentence. And for the first time, you understand that this story, this myth, is not about punishment. It's about becoming, about shedding the shape the world forced on you and slipping into the one you were born to wear. And maybe, just maybe, you feel something shift inside you too. Something small, something hopeful. The god of wine smiles at you. "Not bad for our second time through, huh?" You laugh. "Not bad at all." Section 16. The dolphins vanish into the glittering horizon, like punctuation marks left behind by a myth. Their laughter, because it really is laughter, even if it's made of clicks and squeaks, lingers in the air, as if they're saying thank you. Or maybe you're welcome. It's hard to tell with dolphins, especially ex-pirate ones. You stand at the railing, soaked in salt spray and wonder, watching the ripples fade. The ocean settles again, calm, unbothered, like nothing happened. But everything has. Dionysus stretches his arms over his head and lets out a long, contented sigh, like he's just finished reorganizing a very messy attic. "Well," he says, "that was nostalgic." You glance around. The ship is back to normal, or as normal as any ship personally handled by a god of divine mischief and aggressive horticulture could ever be. The vines are receding now, curling politely back into the cracks of the wood, like green house guests who know when to leave. The leopard is gone, poofed into thin air, possibly for a nap in a dimension made entirely of meat and sunbeams. The deck glistens, as if it's been freshly mopped by invisible hands. And the pirates? Now a pod of dolphins, flipping in and out of the water, like they've always been this way. You swear one of them does a little backflip just to show off. Dionysus walks up beside you, arms behind his back. "So," he says, "what did you think of the Tyrrhenians?" You raise an eyebrow. "Was that their name?" He nods. "Etruscan pirates. Bold, greedy, deeply unprepared." Here's your mainstream historical fact. Tyrrhenian was a name the Greeks used for the early Etruscan people of Italy. They had a reputation as formidable seafarers, traders, and, depending on whom you ask, pirates. In several Greek texts, Dionysus's encounter with the dolphin crew is placed in their waters, which makes this the ancient Mediterranean's most chaotic tourism ad. "They thought I was just a rich mortal," Dionysus muses, looking out over the sea. "Figured they'd ransom me, sell me, maybe steal my sandals. Didn't realize they'd invited themselves to a complete personality shift." He grins. "Classic mistake." You lean on the rail beside him. "So, why dolphins?" He tilts his head. "Because I'm merciful." You stare. "Okay," he amends, "because I'm poetic." And here's your quirky tidbit. In ancient Greek culture, dolphins were seen as sacred, beloved by Apollo, friends of sailors, carriers of souls. There were temples with dolphin carvings, sea shanties about dolphin rescues, and rumors of them singing during shipwrecks. Turning pirates into dolphins was a punishment, sure, but also kind of a glow-up. They could have been krill, Dionysus says. I've done krill. You shudder. You've turned people into krill? He shrugs. Only the ones who really deserved it. You both fall quiet again, watching the last of the dolphins disappear beneath the horizon, leaving only rings of foam and a strange sense of serenity. The helmsman, by the way, is still on board. The one pirate who showed kindness, who didn't laugh, didn't jeer, didn't join in the plotting. Dionysus saved him. You find him now at the wheel, steering with the quiet grace of someone who knows he's been spared. Not because he deserved it, but because he didn't not deserve it. His face is sun-worn and solemn. He gives you a nod as you pass, and you nod back like you're in on something sacred. And you are. Some of them were just scared, you say to Dionysus. He nods. Most cruelty begins that way. You chew on that. So, do you ever regret it? The transformations? Yeah, turning people into animals, plants, vapors, interpretive dances. He laughs. Only the dances. Then, after a moment, I don't regret what's necessary, only what could have been avoided. And that sticks with you. Because for a god of chaos, Dionysus seems deeply familiar with regret. You watch him pace the deck now, barefoot, robe fluttering in a breeze that wasn't there 5 minutes ago. He stops beside the helm and places a gentle hand on the sailor's shoulder. I promised you safe passage, he says softly, and I don't break my promises. The sailor nods once. You see his throat bob. He doesn't speak. And then Dionysus lifts his hand, and another boat appears. Just like that, tied to the side of yours by a golden rope, bobbing like a summoned memory. It's smaller, but sleek, stocked with food, a full wineskin, and something that looks suspiciously like a compass, but only points in directions that don't exist on maps. Go where you feel pulled, Dionysus says. The sailor climbs in without a word. He doesn't thank the god, not because he isn't grateful, but because words aren't big enough anymore. He drifts away, sails catching an invisible wind, disappearing into a direction only he can follow. You and Dionysus stand at the railing, watching until he's gone. Do they remember? You ask. The ones who change? Sometimes, Dionysus says. Not in words, but in movement, in dreams. A dolphin might suddenly feel the urge to dance. A tree might bloom too early. A woman might wake up with salt in her hair and no idea why. You smile. You leave your fingerprints. He taps his nose. Everywhere. The ship begins to move again. Slowly, gracefully. No destination. Just forward. And you realize something. This isn't a story about transformation. It's a story about recognition, about seeing what was always there under the surface. The pirates. They were never meant to plunder. They were meant to swim, to leap, to play. And Dionysus didn't change them. He returned them. You look at him, and he catches your eye. Are you ready to keep going? You nod. Good, he says. Because the next stop is weirder. You don't even ask. You just smile. Because whatever comes next, you're no longer just a passenger. You're a part of this story now. Section 17. The wind picks up, soft and warm, curling around the sails like it knows secrets it isn't ready to tell. You're stretched out near the prow now, legs crossed, watching clouds go by at a pace that feels more like a suggestion than a schedule. Dionysus sits beside you, one leg dangling over the edge, humming some ancient tune that keeps changing tempo every time you start to catch it. He's peeling a pomegranate with a curved bronze knife that seems to flicker in and out of existence. Every so often, he offers you a seed, red, glistening, sweet as myth. "I like this part," he says, chewing thoughtfully. You glance at him. What part? The part where everyone thinks they still have control. You follow his gaze out over the waves, where a shadow is rising in the distance. A ship. Another one. You sit up straighter. Let me guess. More pirates. Dionysus says, non-committal. Close. The ship comes closer. Sleek, dark-hulled, sharp, as a threat. It cuts through the water like it means business. You can see the crew now. All business. No smiles. Men moving with tight precision. Weapons already in hand. A lookout squints at your vessel, calls down. And then the mood aboard shifts visibly. They think they've found prey. You sigh. Really? Again? Dionysus pops a seed in his mouth. People have short memories. You rise and move to the railing as the ship draws nearer. It's close enough now that you can see the captain. Tall, grim-faced, with a golden chain around his neck and a smug look that says, "I've never been told no." "Prepare to be boarded," someone shouts from their deck. Dionysus waves politely. "Do come in." You glance at him. "You're going to let them?" "Oh, absolutely." And here's the thing. You've been here before, not just in the sense of story déjà vu, but in the pattern of it. The confidence, the arrogance, the assumption that whatever's on this ship is weak, slow, disorganized, that there's profit here and no cost. This is the part where they decide to lose. The boarding is fast. Ropes are thrown, hooks latch, boots hit your deck. The new crew storms in, yelling commands, brandishing swords, shouting about loot and obedience. No one listens. The satyrs are playing cards with the goat. One, Maenad, is painting her nails with what looks like crushed berries and regret. The ship smells like nothing is under control. And yet, everything is exactly where it should be. You watch as one pirate makes the mistake of drawing his blade near a Maenad. She doesn't flinch. She just looks at him, raises a single eyebrow, and says, "That's adorable." Then vines grow up through the planks again. They don't leap this time. They slither. Quiet, sneaky. Ivy curling around ankles. Grapevines slipping through belts. Tiny tendrils tickling under armor, like they're trying to distract, not restrain. "Too slow," Dionysus murmurs beside you. You nod. Another man lunges for a satyr, who promptly throws his wine in the attacker's face, and then headbutts him so hard he lands in a barrel marked "Do Not Open." The pirate captain shouts, "Enough of this!" He steps forward, sword drawn, eyes locked on Dionysus. You, he says. You're the leader. You glance at Dionysus. He's now lying on his back, arms folded behind his head, eating grapes from a floating bowl that might be levitating out of sheer confidence. Technically, he says, I'm the liberator. The captain sneers. You're under arrest. For what? Dionysus asks, genuinely curious. For impersonating a god. You look at the captain, then at Dionysus, then back at the captain. Oh no. Dionysus sits up slowly. The vines stop moving. The air tightens, and he says, very softly, Do I look like I'm impersonating? The vines explode. Not literally, but emotionally. They surge, wild and blooming, flowering mid-air, wrapping around wrists and ankles and weapons. The crew shrieks, stumbling, slipping on blossoms that sprout beneath their boots. And then it happens again. Not the dolphin thing. Something new. The sails above you begin to shimmer. They change color, white to deep plum, then to a mosaic of golds and greens. The fabric ripples and hardens into leaves, giant grape leaves. Your ship becomes a living arbor. The deck sways, not because of the sea, but because it's breathing. Roots pulse underfoot. The mast grows taller, sprouts, branches, blossoms, tiny white flowers that open and close like blinking eyes. And the intruders? They change too. You watch as their armor melts away into robes. Their swords become stalks of fennel. One man's hat bursts into ivy and tumbles off like it's too embarrassed to stay. They blink, look around, and drop to their knees. Not in worship, in confusion. What did you do? One of them gasps. Dionysus grins. Nothing permanent. You just forgot who you were for a minute. Here's your scholarly debate line. Historians still argue whether Dionysus's mythic punishments were literal transformations or symbolic rewritings of identity. Did he change people's forms or just show them their truth? You watch as the men try to stand, but find they don't want to. One of them laughs. Another begins to weep. A third starts singing. No one stops them. Dionysus leans over to you. Bad decisions at sea are kind of my specialty. You smirk. What are they now? He thinks for a moment. Actors, poets, farmers. One's about to get very into pottery. You laugh. And then you remember. This is how it always starts. With overconfidence. And ends with awakening. The former pirates don't ask to return to their ship. They sit, still dazed, sipping from goblets that appeared out of nowhere, talking softly among themselves. One of them offers you a handful of grapes. You accept. And somewhere in the background, a satyr starts playing a panpipe solo, so off-key, it loops back around to genius. Dionysus watches them, satisfied. They'll be fine, he says. You nod. Because you're starting to see the pattern now. The ship comes. The mistake is made. The transformation happens. But it's never about punishment. It's about truth. And sometimes, truth grows on vines. Section 18. The vines have gone full drama queen. They're not just growing anymore. They're flourishing, blossoming, showing off. Grape clusters the size of pineapples dangle from the rigging. Ivy braids itself into the ropes, forming lazy, leafy hammocks. The mast? That thing now has flowers. Big ones. Iridescent petals curling open to release soft clouds of what you swear is glitter-scented pollen. You're not even surprised. You're more concerned about the fact that someone, probably a satyr, has turned a barrel into a foot spa and is humming loudly while soaking his hooves. The pirates, turned, whatever they are now, sit quietly on the deck, wrapped in borrowed cloaks of ivy and faint bewilderment. One's sketching the horizon with a charcoal stick. Another is muttering a sonnet to a grape. The captain? He's given up entirely and is now laying flat on his back, staring at the sky like it owes him an apology. Dionysus surveys the scene like a proud camp counselor after a particularly successful group therapy session. You stand beside him. I take it this is the vines on the mast part, you ask. He grins. You remembered? And oh, do you? Here's your mainstream historical fact. One of the core elements in early Dionysian myths is the miraculous growth of vines, particularly on ships. In the Homeric hymn to Dionysus, when the pirates try to tie him up, the ropes won't hold. They fall apart, and then the mast sprouts vines. Grapes bloom. Ivy wraps the sails. The ship becomes a literal garden at sea, which is exactly what's happening now. One of the pirates tentatively reaches out and touches a vine. It curls around his wrist, not threateningly, more like a curious snake asking for a dance. He smiles, and something in his posture shifts, softens, like he's remembering a lullaby he hasn't heard since childhood. You lean closer to Dionysus. Why vines, you ask? Why not? I don't know. Thunder or fire? He shrugs. Thunder's for people who need to be loud. Vines, they're patient. They grow through stone, break walls quietly, wrap around everything until there's no room for lies. He plucks a grape and tosses it into the air, catching it in his mouth without looking. Besides, he adds, they make wine, and wine makes truth. You nod. It makes sense in a way that only makes sense after you've danced with Maenads and watched a ship turn into a vineyard with sails. Suddenly, you hear it, a low growl. Then, padding footsteps. You whip around. A leopard is sitting calmly mid-deck, licking its paw. A real one this time. Golden eyes, long tail, mildly disinterested expression. Here's your quirky tidbit. Dionysus is often depicted riding in a chariot pulled by panthers or leopards, which symbolized both his power over wild things and his disregard for polite transportation options. In myths, leopards are his constant companions, lounging at his feet or stalking beside him, like fuzzy nightmares with impeccable posture. The new passengers freeze. The leopard yawns. Then, very slowly, curls up beside a barrel and goes to sleep. Of course. That's Adrasteia, Dionysus says. She likes the sun. You eye the leopard. Does she eat people? Only when they insult her taste in music. Noted. Back near the helm, one of the pirates' turned passengers stares at the vines curling up the mast. They're beautiful, he says quietly. You glance at him. His eyes are glassy. Not from fear, but awe. He reaches out, and the vine curls gently around his finger. They were trying to tie you up, he says to Dionysus. And now they've tied up the whole ship. Dionysus gives him a little bow. Irony's my favorite flavor. Another ex-pirate chuckles under his breath. Then another. And then someone starts clapping. Not because they were told to, but because something inside them needed to. It spreads. Smiles. Laughter. Relief. One by one, these men, who only hours ago were plotting to rob a god, begin to get it. Not with sermons, not with threats, with vines, with softness, with transformation that doesn't scream, but sings. Here's your scholarly debate phrase of the day. Historians still argue whether Dionysus's miracles were ever meant to be literal events or poetic allegories for emotional release and spiritual awakening. Was it ever about the vines? Or was it always about what they symbolized? Rebirth through surrender. You sit down beside the mast, watching a young satyr weave grape leaves into a crown for one of the ex-crew. He giggles the whole time, and the man accepts it with a quiet nod, letting the vines rest on his head like he's just been knighted by nonsense. Dionysus hums again. That tune, the one you can never quite place. This time, it carries a little further. The vines respond, rustling in time. The sails sigh. The ship feels like it's listening. And maybe that's what makes this all work. Not power, not fear, but listening. This ship, this Guteshua, hears people. Not just their words, their wants, their grief, their need to become something else. You feel it now in your bones, the slow root of something growing, not loudly, not quickly, but deeply. You look over at Dionysus, who is now teaching a satyr to juggle figs. He catches your eye. You're wondering if this is real, he says. You nod. He shrugs. It doesn't matter. You're in it. You smile, because he's right. Whatever this is, dream, myth, memory, miracle, you are in it, wrapped in it, like ivy. Section 19. Somewhere in the distance, you hear thunder, but there are no storm clouds. The sky is postcard blue, dotted with sleepy puffs of white. The sea sparkles like someone spilled liquid diamonds all over it. Nothing about the scene says impending doom, except Dionysus has stopped juggling. He turns slowly toward the horizon, and for the first time since you met him, his brow creases. You follow his gaze. There, barely visible at first, is a black line. A ship? Nope. A wall. A moving wall. Of fog. It rolls across the water like it has an agenda. You feel the air shift, the kind of shift that makes birds go quiet, and old sailors start muttering about omens. Even the satyrs notice. One drops his tambourine mid-spin. The vines on the mast tremble, and Dionysus, ever so calmly, stands up, brushes fig juice off his robe, and says, "Well, this'll be interesting." You sit up straighter. What is that? He cocks his head, listening to the fog like it might answer him. Memory, he says. That's not vague or ominous at all. You look again. The fog is definitely moving toward you, slow, silent, dense as sheep's wool soaked in ghost stories. You feel it before it touches the ship, a sudden pressure in your ears. like the moment before a wave breaks. Then the fog is here. It swallows everything. The sun, the sea, the horizon. Even sound goes damp. The laughter dies. The vines still. The ship seems to float in a bubble of cotton and silence. You can still see Dionysus. Barely. A soft glow pulses around him, faint but real, like a candle that refuses to be blown out. "Stay close," he says. You do. Then the ship jerks. Not violently, but not gently either, like it's been yanked sideways. You grab a rope. The deck tilts. You see shapes in the fog now. Shadows, towering and slow moving, like something ancient trying to remember how it walked. "Where are we?" you whisper. Dionysus breathes deep through his nose. "Where I've been." Here's your mainstream historical fact. In the many versions of Dionysus's myth, he disappears from Greece for a time, often said to have wandered through Asia, Egypt, even India. These journeys were part of his divine maturation, where he learned rites, gathered followers, and spread his worship across borders. Some myths say he went mad. Others say he became more than a god, something elemental. You feel the ship glide now, not on water, but through story. The fog clears just enough to reveal strange scenes, flashes, like turning pages in a book written by a fever dream. A golden temple with columns carved into vines. A desert where women with flame-colored eyes pour wine into the sand. A procession of wild beasts, panthers, elephants, even crocodiles, wearing garlands and following a chariot that leaves no tracks. You realize what you're seeing. Not cities, not lands, but versions of Dionysus. Different places where his name meant different things. To the Greeks, he was the god of wine, madness, and ecstasy. To the Egyptians, some identified him with Osiris, lord of the underworld and rebirth. To the Romans, Bacchus, wilder, more hedonistic, less divine, but still potent. And in India, there were whispers, blurred stories of a foreign god arriving with drums and tigers, preaching liberation through trance. You're floating through all of them now. Dionysus watches, face unreadable. "This," he says softly, "is what it means to be many." Here's your quirky tidbit. In ancient art, Dionysus is one of the few gods whose appearance changes drastically over time. Early depictions show him bearded, robed, and solemn. Later, he's youthful, clean-shaven, even and androgynous. Some statues portray him with features so ambiguous, scholars still argue if it's him or her. And here's your scholarly debate line. Historians still argue whether Dionysus originated as a native Greek god or was imported from foreign lands, later rewritten to fit the Hellenic pantheon. His contradictions, Greek yet foreign, masculine yet feminine, joyous yet destructive, reflect a history stitched together by centuries of cultural mixing. The ship tilts again. This time, downward. You brace yourself. The fog parts like curtains, revealing a city. A city not built on land, but floating on water. Bridges loop through the air like vines made of stone. Temples glow in impossible colors. People dance in slow motion along terraces, dressed in silks that shimmer like starlight. Some are human. Others, maybe not. You see horns, wings, eyes too old for their faces. This place doesn't exist, you whisper. Dionysus smiles. Not for long. The ship glides toward a dock made of braided reeds and light. You hear music now, faint but growing, unlike any instrument you've ever known. Like harps, but underwater. Like singing, but with no mouths. As you step off the ship, the air feels thicker, warmer. Time seems to loop here. You see a child playing catch with their older self. A tree blooming and shedding its leaves in the same breath. A man painting the same mural for what seems like eternity, each stroke unmaking the last. You walk beside Dionysus through a corridor of music and memory, vines blooming at his feet. Where are we? You ask again. He stops, turns to you, and says, In between. In between what? Who I was, he says, and who I became. And suddenly, this isn't a ship voyage anymore. It's a pilgrimage through identity, through myth, through multiplicity. You realize you're not following Dionysus. You're walking with every version of him, and you begin to wonder, how many versions of you are waiting in the fog? Section 20. The in-between place hums. Not loudly. Not like the drums on the mountain or the satyr flutes on deck. This hum is deeper, slower, like a chorus of old voices humming one long, unbroken note that exists more in your chest than your ears. You walk side by side with Dionysus down a corridor of fig trees and laughter that isn't coming from anywhere specific. The air smells like things that don't belong together, but somehow work. Wine and smoke, honey and moss, fresh clay and distant thunder. No one's stopping you. No one's asking questions. Because here, nobody really arrives or leaves. They just are. You pass a woman whose eyes are galaxies. She's weaving a net out of hair and light, humming a tune that sounds suspiciously like the one Dionysus has been humming all journey. He gives her a playful nod. She winks back. You know her? You ask. Used to be me, he says casually. Right. Here's your mainstream historical fact. Dionysus is the only Olympian god who was born once, died, and was born again. His rebirth is tied to multiple origin myths. One, where he's the son of Zeus and Semele, torn from her womb after she's incinerated by divine glory. Another, more ancient version, claims he was the child of Persephone and Zeus, torn apart by titans, then reborn from the scattered pieces. Either way, rebirth is central to who he is. You look around. It's starting to make sense. Everywhere in this place of fog and floating pathways, you see fragments, not broken, just becoming something else. A statue that turns to water, a river that flows backward, a doorway that leads to another version of yourself, just slightly more confident. Dionysus watches you. Scary, huh? He asks. You nod. He tilts his head. That's how you know it's working. You step onto a bridge woven from what feels like memory. The fog curls beneath your feet, thick and restless. Below, you glimpse scenes, not your own memories, but echoes of Dionysus's many lives. In one, he's a child being cradled by nymphs. In another, he's a furious god, hurling vines like lightning bolts. In yet another, he's laughing with mortals over spilled wine and stories that end in kisses or chaos or both. He was never just one thing. Here's your quirky tidbit. In certain mystery cults, especially the Dionysian and Orphic traditions, initiates believed that Dionysus lived within them, that by undergoing ritual madness, ecstatic dance, or symbolic death, they could touch the divine directly. To them, he wasn't just a god to be worshipped. He was a god to be embodied. You pause at a pond in the bridge. Below, something moves. Not fast, just deliberate. You lean over the edge, and for a moment, the fog clears, and you see yourself. Not a reflection, an echo, walking through the ship with Dionysus, laughing, afraid, confused, learning. Then, another echo. You dancing at the Maenad fire. Another. You standing before Pentheus's shattered crown. Another. You whispering something to a satyr beneath a full moon. All you. But not quite. Is this supposed to be comforting or terrifying, you ask? Yes, Dionysus says, completely unhelpfully. You glance at him. He's watching the echoes too, but with the expression of someone flipping through a well-loved photo album. No judgment, just curiosity. Every version of you, he says, is real, even the ones you try to bury, especially those. You sit on the edge of the bridge. Your head feels full. Is that what you are? You ask. All your versions? All the lives you've lived? Dionysus smiles. No, I'm the space between them. And just like that, something clicks. The reason he's so hard to pin down, the reason scholars, artists, poets, worshippers all describe him differently, is because he's never been one thing for long. God of wine? Sure. God of theater? Absolutely. God of madness, liberation, gender fluidity, masks, trance, resurrection, contradiction? Yes, all of it. And more. Here's your scholarly debate line. Historians still argue whether Dionysus should be considered a late addition to the Greek pantheon, imported, altered, rebranded over time, or whether he represents an older, more primal force, the chaos that predates order, the wildness the other gods try to suppress. You stand again, because you're not quite sure what's next, but sitting still here feels like sinking. Dionysus reaches into the fog and pulls out, of course, a grapevine. It loops around your wrist like a bracelet, not tight, not binding, just present. You're starting to understand, he says. Understand what? That stories like mine aren't read, he says. They're entered, lived, danced through, survived. The fog brightens. Somewhere ahead, you hear music, real music, strings and pipes and rhythm that wakes something in your feet before it even hits your ears. You start walking toward it. Is this another test? You ask. Only if you're expecting answers. You glance back once. The bridge is already fading. The echoes of you dissolve into mist. But you don't feel sad. You feel light, like someone just took took off a very old coat and said you didn't have to wear it anymore. You follow the music, and Dionysus follows you. Section 21. The music grows louder. It's not coming from any single direction. It surrounds you, curling through the fog like perfume. Drums thump with the rhythm of your heartbeat. Strings ripple like laughter through tall grass. Flutes dip and rise like birds weaving through wind. You feel it before you see it. A shift in the air, a rising hum of expectation. And then you step through, out of fog, into celebration. You're standing at the edge of a clearing that shouldn't exist because you're still on the ship. Or maybe not. Maybe the ship sailed so far into myth that it docked at a memory Dionysus keeps close to his chest. Either way, you've arrived at a festival. And not just any festival. The original one, Dionysia. Not the Athenian version, with stiff robes and tragic playwrights nervously unveiling their latest 3-part morality tale. No, this is older, wilder, raw like first fruit. Here, the celebration pulses with primal energy. There are no grand marble temples, just trees, bonfires, people, and joy. Not refined, not restrained, just alive. Dionysus steps forward, his feet barely brushing the ground. He doesn't announce himself, doesn't demand recognition. But the revelers see him anyway, and they know. A whisper moves through the crowd, like wind over wheat. He's here. You follow him in, and just like that, you're swept up. Someone hands you a drink. It tastes like honey and rebellion. Someone else presses flowers into your hair. You glance down and realize your clothes have changed. When did that happen? You're in flowing fabric now, the kind that makes dancing feel mandatory. Drums kick in harder. Feet pound earth. The Maenads are here, spinning in wide loops, hands to the sky. Satyrs leap through firelight. Even the animals, foxes, owls, wolves, move without fear, threading through legs and laughter like honored guests. Dionysus is gone, or rather, everywhere. You see him in the boy pouring wine with 2 bright eyes, in the woman laughing so hard she cries, in the old man singing off-key to the moon. Everywhere and nowhere. Here's your mainstream historical fact. The Dionysia festival, particularly the rural Dionysia, was one of the oldest celebrations in ancient Greece. It involved processions, wine drinking, choral singing, and masked performances that would eventually evolve into Greek theater. It was less about spectacle and more about communal release, what scholars call ritual inversion, where the usual rules of society were joyfully suspended. You start to dance, not because anyone tells you to, but because your body remembers how. And the music won't let you sit still. It coils around your spine, flicks your wrists, nudges your feet. You lose track of time, of your name. You become rhythm, breath, motion. Around you, others fall into that same trance. Laughter blends with sobs. Desire blurs into awe. Masks appear on faces, some playful, some terrifying, some so beautiful you forget they're masks at all. And then there he is, Dionysus, seated on a makeshift throne of vines and fur and antlers. He's smiling at you, not like a god above his followers, like a host watching someone finally understand the party. You stumble toward him, breathless, dazed. I feel strange, you manage to say. He tilts his head. How strange. You laugh. You know when you cry and laugh at the same time, and also feel like you could jump into the sun? He nods solemnly. Classic symptom. You sit beside him, or maybe float beside him, because the ground doesn't seem to matter anymore. Is this what your followers felt? You ask. All of them? He replies. No. Each found something different in me. He lifts a goblet and offers it to you. You sip. The flavor is impossible to describe, somewhere between a sunrise and a last kiss. I'm not like the others, Dionysus says. I don't demand temples. I don't punish disbelief with lightning. I don't ask you to kneel. You swallow. What do you ask? He grins. That you be willing to break. Here's your quirky tidbit. In some mystery cults, Dionysus was not only associated with madness and joy, but with personal undoing. Initiates were required to give up their old identities, undergo symbolic death, and be reborn into the ecstatic truth of who they really were. Some rituals even included wearing animal skins, howling, or running wild through the night. Not for everyone, but deeply transformative for some. The music changes, slows, deepens. You feel the shift again. This time, it's not the fog. It's you. Dionysus leans closer. Do you know who you are? You open your mouth. Nothing comes out. And he nods, like that's the correct answer. Here's your scholarly debate phrase. Historians still argue whether the Dionysian rites were primarily religious, theatrical, psychological, or therapeutic. But most agree they offered something society rarely did: permission to unravel, to feel deeply, and to return changed. You sit in silence with him. The festival continues around you, well and wide, but you're still, because the storm has passed, and you're the sea after. Dionysus rests his hand over yours. Not all stories are told, he says. Some are felt. And in this moment, you feel seen, not judged, not labeled, just you. A vine curls around your wrist again. This time, it doesn't bind. It pulses, like it's alive, like you're alive. You meet his gaze, and for once, you don't ask what happens next. You just breathe. Section 22. The festival doesn't end. It shifts. Like a dream changing without warning, the scene around you melts into something quieter, darker, more intimate. The music fades, not gone, just lowered, like it stepped into another room and closed the door most of the way. The revelers blur at the edges. They're still there, dancing, laughing, draped in ivy and moonlight. But their features soften, as if reality decided to go watercolor for a while. You sit beside Dionysus, still hand in hand, though you're not sure who reached out first. Above you, the sky turns velvety, an indigo so rich it hums. Stars blink into place like curious eyes. A full moon rises, round, low, impossibly large. It feels close enough to touch, He finally breaks the silence. "You know," he says, "people think all this is about losing control." You glance at the still moving crowd. One Maenad is slow dancing with a bear. A satyr is teaching two very drunk humans how to do cartwheels. Someone's singing a lullaby to a vine. "You're saying it's not?" you ask, deadpan. Dionysus grins. "It's about surrender, not loss." You let that sink in. He continues, softer now. "There's a difference between being destroyed and choosing to dissolve." And here it is again. The thing you keep bumping into with him. Contradiction that makes sense. Joy that holds grief. Madness that brings clarity. Chaos that feels like home. Here's your mainstream historical fact. The Dionysian mysteries weren't public rituals like the Olympian festivals. They were secretive, often conducted in secluded groves or caves. Participants underwent intense, private experiences meant to dissolve their ego and bring them closer to divine truth. Scholars have compared these rites to early forms of psychological therapy, long before the invention of couches and ink blot tests. You lie back on the grass, if it is grass, and stare at the moon. It's too big, too round, too bright. You're convinced it's watching you back. "Tell me something real," you say. Dionysus doesn't hesitate. "I have died," he says, like someone telling you they once went to summer camp. "I have been torn to pieces and eaten by titans. I have been reborn from a thigh. I have walked through fire. I have gone mad. And I have forgiven it all." You blink. He turns to face you. "And so will you." You sit with that, because it doesn't feel like a threat. It feels like a promise. Here's your quirky tidbit. In a rare version of the myth, Dionysus is born not once or twice, but 3 times. Once to Semele, once from Zeus's thigh, and once more in the underworld, where he becomes known as Zagreus, a chthonic aspect of himself tied to death and rebirth. It's like Dionysus looked at the idea of origin story and said, "Why stop at one?" You close your eyes for a moment. The hum of the music seeps back in, softer now, more tender, like lullabies sung by shadows. You feel a warmth near your head. Opening one eye, you see a satyr has curled up beside you, using a barrel lid as a pillow. He's snoring softly. You look around again, and the festival is slowing, not ending, never ending, but easing, settling, like a heartbeat returning to rest after a run. The masks come off, the vines loosen, the wine cups are set gently aside, half full. People begin to hum, low, wordless tunes that rise and fall, like breathing. You realize you're humming too. You and Dionysus lie side by side under a moon that has always been too big, surrounded by people who are more themselves than they've ever been. "Why do they follow you?" you ask. "What do they see?" He exhales. "A mirror, a torch, a door." Then, after a beat, "Freedom." And here's your scholarly debate phrase. Some scholars argue that Dionysus served as a pressure valve in Greek society. His cult allowed people to step outside their strict social roles, express emotions they were normally forced to suppress, and return refreshed. Others insist it was far deeper than that. Spiritual, mystical, essential. A way of touching the divine directly. You reach up toward the moon. It pulses once, like it saw you, Dionysus watches you carefully. "You're starting to dissolve," he says. And he's right. Your name feels far away now. Your body's outline, a little fuzzy. But it doesn't scare you. It feels like floating, like warm water and soft blankets and the first real breath after a panic. You ask, "What if I disappear?" Dionysus rolls onto his side and whispers, "You won't. You'll transform." "Same thing," you murmur. He smiles. "Exactly." The drums begin again, but this time they're slow, steady, a heartbeat. Yours? His? The world's? Does it matter? You're ready now. For what? You don't know. But you trust him. And maybe that's the secret. You don't follow Dionysus because you understand him. You follow him because when you're near him, you understand yourself. Even the messy parts, even the wildness, even the joy you thought you had to earn. You close your eyes again, not because you're tired, because you're safe. And for now, that's enough. Section 23. You wake up to the smell of cinnamon and firewood. The ground beneath you is soft. Moss, maybe, or a particularly accommodating pelt. Your limbs are heavy in that perfect way, like you've just had the best nap of your life on a moving ship, inside a dream, inside a myth. You open your eyes. The festival is gone. Or maybe it's still happening, somewhere nearby, around a bend in time. But here, now, it's quiet. Mist curls around the trunks of ancient trees. The fire has burned down to embers, their glow pulsing like sleepy fireflies. A few satyrs doze against logs, one snoring loudly with a bunch of grapes half crushed in his hand. You sit up slowly, and there he is, Dionysus, not dancing, not summoning vines, just sitting, cross-legged in the grass, robe draped loosely around him, sipping from a simple clay cup. He looks up, sees you, smiles like you're exactly who he was, hoping would wake up first. "Morning," he says, though there's no sun, just soft, directionless light that feels like a memory of sunrise. "Is it morning?" you ask. He shrugs. "Somewhere." You stand and stretch. Your body feels good, like the air rewrote your muscle memory while you slept. Dionysus pats the earth beside him. You sit. "I had dreams," you say. He nods. "They had you." You glance at him. "They felt real." "They were real," he replies. "You're just not used to remembering." You stare into the coals. They flicker in patterns you're not sure are random. "So," you say slowly, "was this all a ritual?" Dionysus doesn't answer right away. He picks up a stick and pokes the embers. "They call it a ritual when they want it to sound serious," he says. "But really, it's a reminder." "Of what?" He gestures around at the quiet, the fog, the not quite morning. That joy is sacred. That chaos is part of you. That masks reveal as much as they hide. And that sometimes, to find yourself, you have to come completely undone. You stare at the embers with him. They glow like little truths. Here's your mainstream historical fact. The Dionysian rites were considered both dangerous and essential. Women, especially, found a unique kind of liberation through them. escaping the confines of traditional roles, embracing divine frenzy, and sometimes even gaining status as priestesses or mystics. The authorities tried to suppress these rituals at times, but they always came back because the need didn't go away. You turn to Dionysus. How did you become this? You ask. Not accusing, just curious. He sips from his cup. I was once small, he says. I was once hidden. By nymphs. He nods. They raised me, taught me the quiet things, the way roots whisper, the song that grapes sing to ripen, how madness can be a gift. And then, I was torn apart. You pause. By the Titans? Another nod. And then, I was reborn. His voice is steady, not sad, not triumphant, just truth. And now, I walk, he says, between. Between what? He smiles, the way someone smiles when they've told you the same joke 12 times, but still enjoy it. Between control and surrender. Between knowing and forgetting. Between the stage and the wings. He leans in. Between you and yourself. Here's your quirky tidbit. Some ancient texts claim that Dionysus wandered the world not just to spread wine and revelry, but to collect pieces of himself. That the Titans didn't just tear his body. They scattered parts of his soul. And every rite, every festival, every follower dancing barefoot under the stars was a way of putting him back together again. You sip from the cup he offers. It tastes like memory and clove, and the feeling you get when someone tells you they see you, even the parts you keep hidden. You ask, what happens when it's all put back together? He grins. Then the next story begins. You lie back down, head resting in soft moss, eyes on the night sky. You feel different, not changed, more like clarified. Here's your scholarly debate phrase. Some argue that Dionysus represents not just a deity, but a psychological archetype, the liberation of the unconscious, the chaos necessary for growth, the surrender that precedes transformation. Jungians adore him. Classicists squint at him. And festival goers? They just dance. You watch mist curl above your head in lazy spirals. You feel a weight lift from your chest that you didn't realize was there. Dionysus lies beside you, hands tucked behind his head. You ask, so what now? He thinks, then says, now we visit someone who hates me. You sit up. Excuse me? Oh, yes, he says, stretching, grinning like he loves this part. He really hates me. Doesn't understand the masks. Thinks I'm just a drunk in a robe. And why are we visiting him? Dionysus tosses you a fig. Because he threw a party without inviting me. You blink. That seems unwise. He's already standing, calling to the satyrs, who groan and stretch and argue over who drooled on whose tail. Come on, he says over his shoulder. You haven't really lived until you've crashed a banquet thrown by a king who thinks he can control joy. And just like that, you're up again. The fire goes out with a final sigh. The forest clears a path before you, and the god of everything in between leads you forward, with a fig in one hand and mischief in his step. Section 24. The path narrows. Trees huddle closer, as if gossiping about where you're headed. the air thickens, and the soft loam of the forest floor gives way to rough stone. The sounds of satyrs grumbling behind you form a kind of rhythmic background noise, like a hungover parade you accidentally joined because someone handed you a fig and made it weird. Dionysus walks ahead, light on his feet, robe hitched up slightly, muttering to himself in ancient dialects that the air seems to understand, but doesn't bother translating for you. "Where are we going, exactly?" you ask, stepping over a particularly rude root. He turns back with a wicked grin. "To see a man who built a fortress to keep joy out." "That sounds healthy," he adds. "Also, he banned wine." "Oh no," you say. "Oh yes," he replies. You emerge from the trees onto a rocky overlook, and there it is. A city, angular, stone, fortified, joyless. Even from a distance, you can tell this place doesn't believe in soft lighting or music in the streets. The walls are high, the windows narrow, the streets laid out in aggressive grids that feel like they were designed by someone who has never danced. It's like geometry with a grudge. "This," Dionysus says, "is Thebes." Here's your mainstream historical fact. Thebes was one of the most prominent cities of ancient Greece, often rivaling Athens and Sparta in power and influence. But in myth, it becomes the stage for one of Dionysus's most famous confrontations, with his cousin, King Pentheus, who refused to recognize him as a god. You head down the path, the city looming larger with each step. As you approach the gates, the guards shift nervously. They can sense something, probably the fact that the group behind you includes 5 satyrs, a woman in a crown of snakevine, a man carrying a jug labeled "definitely not trouble," and a literal leopard licking its paw with unsettling calm. Dionysus steps up to the guards and smiles in a way that's both charming and threatening. "I hear the king's throwing a party," he says. The guards exchange looks. "There is a formal reception," one says, clearly uncomfortable. "No wine?" Dionysus asks, blinking slowly. "No. His Majesty has outlawed it within city walls." You wince. That is not the right answer. Dionysus leans in. "Tell him his cousin's here, and that I've brought a gift." The guard looks as if he'd rather swallow a porcupine than deliver that message, but he disappears inside. While you wait, one of the satyrs begins trying to balance grapes on his horns. Another is humming a tune that seems specifically designed to annoy statues. And then the gates creak open. Not with welcome, with reluctance. You're led into the city. And wow, this place is every flavor of uptight. No music, no color. The markets are silent. The fountains are dry. The people walk like they've all just been shamed for smiling. The satyrs shudder. Dionysus looks delighted. "They've turned order into a religion," he whispers. "Is that bad?" you ask. He grins. "Only when they pretend it's the only kind of truth." You're brought into a massive hall, stone floors, tall columns, cold air. And at the far end, sitting on a throne that looks like it was carved out of a disappointed sigh, is Pentheus, young, handsome, severe, a jawline that could slice paper, and a frown so deep it might have its own zip code. He looks at Dionysus with a disdain that could curdle milk. "You?" he says. "Me," Dionysus replies with a little bow. Pentheus stands. "You come here, dressed like a woman, leading a parade of drunkards, calling yourself a god." "I come here dressed as myself," Dionysus says, "and I brought snacks." Pentheus's eyes flick to you. "And this one? Another fool under your spell?" You open your mouth, but Dionysus raises a hand. "Careful, cousin. They've seen more gods this week than you've read about." Pentheus's face hardens. "I will not have my city infected with your madness." Here's your scholarly debate line. Scholars still argue whether the myth of Pentheus is meant to critique religious repression, patriarchal control, or simply the dangers of denying the irrational parts of human nature. Either way, it ends poorly for him. You glance at Dionysus. He's too calm, which is never a good sign. He walks slowly toward Pentheus. The guards shift uneasily. "You know," Dionysus says, "I don't mind being denied." He's now just a few feet away. "What I mind is being dismissed." The room tilts slightly. You blink. The torches flicker. And suddenly, Dionysus isn't one figure. He's many. Tall, short, old, young, male, female, and neither, wearing masks, wearing crowns, wearing nothing. And then, just himself again. Pentheus steps back. "You trickster," he spits. Dionysus smiles sweetly. "You say that like it's a bad thing." Here's your quirky tidbit. In some lesser-known versions of the myth, Pentheus is so drawn to the mysterious rites of Dionysus that he disguises himself as a woman to spy on the Maenads, only to be caught, mistaken, and torn apart in their frenzy. It's a tale of repression gone wrong, of disguise without understanding. Dionysus turns back to you. "Come," he says. "It's time to show him what joy looks like." You hesitate. Will he survive it? Dionysus's eyes gleam. "That's up to him." And with that, he walks toward the city's dry fountain, snaps his fingers. Wine begins to pour from the spout. The smell hits first. Sweet, spiced, alive. The people stop. They sniff the air. Then, one brave soul steps forward, tastes it, smiles, and then the city starts to shift. You look back at Pentheus. He's still on his throne, watching, cracking, and you think, here we go. Section 25. You'd think the moment a public fountain starts spewing wine, people would freak out. And you're right, they do. Just not in the way you expect. At first, there's hesitation. A few gasps. A woman covers her mouth. A boy tries to touch it, then pulls his hand back, as if the wine might bite. Even the dogs in the square pause, mid-scratch, to sniff the air like, "Wait, is that Merlot?" Then someone laughs. It's quick, nervous, almost apologetic. But laughter is contagious. More follow. A trickle becomes a wave. And then a man in a too-tight tunic throws his arms in the air and belts out a song. A real song. From the gut. Off-key and beautiful and ridiculous. It echoes off the stone like a slap to the face of silence. The crowd stares, then cheers. And just like that, the spell of Thebes begins to crack. Dionysus stands by the fountain, like he's just pressed play on the world's most chaotic playlist. "Let's add color," he murmurs. With a flick of his wrist, vines curl up the stone pillars. Flowers burst open in impossible colors. Violet, gold, blood red. Ribbons appear in windows. Musicians, where did they even come from, start tuning lyres and flutes. You can feel the city begin to breathe. It had forgotten how, and now it remembers. You glance up at the palace. Pentheus watches from the high balcony. He looks horrified, and maybe a little jealous. Here's your mainstream historical fact. In the Euripidean tragedy, the Bacchae, Pentheus is obsessed with control. He tries to spy on the Bacchic rites, hoping to expose Dionysus as a fraud. But the deeper he goes, the more fascinated he becomes, until he's persuaded to dress as a woman and infiltrate the Maenads himself. It does not end well, but it is a perfect study in denial turned obsession. The crowd swells now. What was once a square becomes a parade route. People start dancing. Children splash in wine puddles. A man who probably hasn't smiled in years begins juggling pears. The satyrs are in their element, of course. One of them has acquired a trumpet. From where? You'll never know. You catch sight of Dionysus again. He's laughing now, spinning in the middle of the square, letting people join him one by one. A weaver, a soldier, a grandmother with very few teeth, but excellent rhythm. You turn, and there's Pentheus. Somehow, he's made it down from the palace. He looks lost, like someone walking into a dream they didn't consent to, but can't escape from. He walks up to you. "What is this?" he asks. Not angry, just bewildered. You shrug. It's your city. Just, awake. He turns to Dionysus. "You did this." Dionysus doesn't stop spinning. "They did this. I just reminded them how. You've turned my people into fools." Dionysus stops spinning. The smile is gone. His eyes are ancient now, deep and sharp. "I've turned them into themselves." Pentheus looks around. He sees joy and chaos and beauty he didn't permit. It's unsettling. He whispers, "It's not right." And here's your quirky tidbit. Thebes was often portrayed in mythology as a place of boundaries, walls, rules, bloodlines, rigid structures. But its myths are full of collapse. Oedipus, Antigone, the Sphinx, the House of Cadmus. Thebes is where the rules get challenged and broken. Dionysus walks slowly toward Pentheus, no longer a reveler, now a god. "You think you can define right," he says quietly. "You think control makes you safe." Pentheus straightens his back. "It does." "Then why do you tremble?" He is trembling, slightly, but undeniably. The laughter in the background is growing louder. People are dancing closer. The city is waking like a long dormant animal, stretching its limbs for the first time in years. Pentheus backs away. "I will not be mocked," he says. "No," Dionysus replies. "You will be seen." And with a single touch, just 2 fingers to Pentheus's forehead, the change begins. You can't see it all. Not clearly. But something shifts behind his eyes. A flicker of something wild. Something curious. He turns and stares at a group of women, laughing, swaying, their hair unbound. He looks confused, then entranced. "I want to understand," he whispers. Dionysus steps back. "You will?" You glance at him sharply. "Wait, are we doing the dress-up scene?" Dionysus gives you a very sly smile. "I mean," he did ask. Here's your scholarly debate phrase. Historians still argue whether the myth of Pentheus is a cautionary tale about hubris, a critique of repression, or a deeper metaphor about the necessary death of the ego. What's certain is that the line between curiosity and transformation is rarely clean, and often irreversible. You watch as Pentheus is led away by a trio of Maenads. Not forcefully, gently, like a child stepping into a bedtime story that might bite. He doesn't resist. He doesn't look back. And you? You stay with Dionysus as the city turns upside down, not in destruction, but in joy. The good kind, the sticky, ridiculous, loud kind. The kind that reminds you you're alive. Dionysus turns to you, eyes bright with something ancient and amused. You ready to see what happens when the king finally lets go? You nod, because you've learned by now. Letting go isn't the end. It's how everything begins. Section 26. You don't follow Pentheus. You stay with Dionysus, standing ankle-deep in wine puddles and laughter as Thebes begins its wild transformation. The air is thicker now, not heavy, just full of drums and breath and all the stuff cities usually try to keep hidden behind closed doors and perfectly straight avenues. "Where's he going?" you ask. Dionysus wipes his hands on his robe like he just finished a complicated recipe and isn't sure how it turned out. "To the woods," he says. "Alone?" He smiles faintly. No one is alone in the woods with the Maenads. You shiver, not out of fear, out of recognition. The sun, or whatever's pretending to be the sun right now, dips low. Shadows stretch. The vines on the buildings begin to bloom with thick, velvet flowers. They smell like sleep and secrets. Thebes is unrecognizable now. Not ruined. Revealed. People you passed earlier, stoic, tense, closed, now lie in doorways playing music. Children splash wine on each other like it's holy water. An old man is painting smiley faces on his goats. The joy isn't polite. It's weird. Deliciously so. Here's your mainstream historical fact. The Dionysian transformation of Pentheus isn't just personal. It's political. The myth shows a city shaken at its foundations, its king reduced to a seeker. Some scholars believe this story reflected real anxieties in ancient Greece, about change, about foreign influence, about the limits of control in the face of collective emotion. You sit beside Dionysus on the edge of a marble fountain that now overflows with both water and wine, depending on the angle. He tosses you a pomegranate seed. You catch it, pop it in your mouth. Sweet, then bitter, then sweet again. You ever feel guilty? You ask. He doesn't answer right away. He rolls his head to one side, watching a group of teenagers try to crown a dog as their new god. The dog looks surprisingly okay with it. "Sometimes," he says, "when I forget how hard people cling to their cages." You look at him. "You'd tear those cages open." He nods. I offer the key. What they do with it is their choice. You're quiet for a while. The music softens. Somewhere, a woman begins singing a lullaby. You don't know the words, but your bones remember the melody. "I think he wanted to understand," you say finally. "Pentheus?" You nod. Underneath all that arrogance, he was curious. "That's the crack," Dionysus says, eyes far away. "All it takes, curiosity." Then the light gets in. Here's your quirky tidbit. One rare fragment of Dionysian lore suggests that Pentheus, even after his violent end, is reborn, redeemed in another life as a loyal follower. A Maenad's son, a poet, a vine. The myth never really ends. It just spirals. You glance at the forest beyond the city gates. It's darker now. You can't see them, but you feel the Maenad's. You feel him. You feel what's about to happen. And still, you don't move. Dionysus doesn't either. He sighs. "I told him not to look." You raise an eyebrow. "At what?" Dionysus leans back, arms stretched across the rim of the fountain, like he's trying to hold the entire sky in his lap. "At truth," he says. "It's always too much the first time." And here's your scholarly debate phrase. Historians still argue whether Pentheus is a villain or a victim, whether his resistance to Dionysus is moral, political, personal, or simply existential. Some versions cast him as a tragic figure, others as a warning. But none deny that his end is brutal and transformative. You press a hand to the warm marble. "It's happening now, isn't it?" Dionysus nods. Right now, he's seeing the world unmasked. You imagine it. Pentheus in a woman's robe, veiled, standing in the woods, heart pounding, watching the Maenad's, not understanding the rhythm, then joining it, then being devoured by it. You ask quietly, "Do you feel sorry?" Dionysus tilts his head. "Not sorry," he says, "but I remember what it's like. The moment before surrender, when your whole self is clawing to stay unchanged." He taps your chest lightly. You remember it too. You do. The forest sighs in the distance. You don't need to hear screams. The myth carries the sound for you. A slow transformation. A necessary undoing. Dionysus stands, stretches. "Come," he says. "There's nothing more to see here." You look at the city, the people, the vines curling over rooftops, the music humming in alleyways. "What happens to them now?" you ask. Dionysus shrugs. "Some will forget. Some will turn it into poetry. Some will lie and pretend they never danced barefoot in the street. And some," he smiles, "will build temples." You follow him out of the square. The wine in the fountain flows slower now, almost back to water. The Maenad's are returning, their feet bare, their eyes glassy, their arms streaked with what might be dirt or paint or something redder. No one speaks. They carry something invisible between them, a silence shaped like a truth no one wants to name. Dionysus watches them pass. He bows his head, not like a priest, like a brother. You walk beside him in silence, back toward the ship. The road out of Thebes is quieter than the one in. And somehow, that feels right. Not every exit needs fanfare. Some exits are earned with fire and leave behind only embers. Section 27, the road out of Thebes, is lined with silence. Not a lifeless silence. This one is thick, meaningful, like the city is catching its breath after holding it for generations. You glance back once, and Thebes already feels smaller. Not physically, just less sure of itself, as though something inside its stone bones has loosened, and it doesn't quite know whether to thank you or curse your name. Dionysus doesn't look back at all. He walks like someone who's already left 3 times and is just finishing the formality of leaving a 4th. You trail behind a few paces back, not because you're reluctant, but because you're thinking, feeling, letting the echo of the city's transformation settle into your ribs. The satyrs are quiet now, too. Unusual. One of them kicks a rock the entire way down the path without cracking a joke. That's how serious the air feels. Eventually, the woods return, and with them, the vines. They wrap around the trees like they're listening, like they were waiting for Dionysus to come back and tell them a bedtime story. He doesn't speak for a while. Neither do you. Until finally, he stops at a bend in the path, rests his hand on the trunk of an olive tree, and says, "I never wanted to break him." You don't ask who. You know. "Then why let it happen?" you say gently. He brushes bark with his thumb. "Because he wouldn't bend." The forest breathes. And here's your mainstream historical fact. The myth of Pentheus reflects a recurring theme in Greek tragedy, the destruction of those who resist divine will. But Dionysus is different. He doesn't demand obedience like Zeus or clever worship like Athena. He demands something deeper. Surrender to what's inside you. And that's harder. "I didn't make him dress in silks," Dionysus says softly. "I didn't drag him to the Maenads. He chose." "Yes." He glances over his shoulder. "Curiosity kills more than cats." You catch up to him. "But it also births gods." He laughs, not loudly, but with relief. "You're learning." Here's your quirky tidbit. Some fringe interpretations of the myth suggest that Pentheus was Dionysus's lover, not just cousin or enemy. That his resistance masked something deeper, a need to touch what he feared, to understand the divine, even if it destroyed him. These versions never made it into the marble temples, but they live in whispers between the vines. You walk again. The woods are brighter now. The tension of Thebes has lifted from your shoulders like a cloak falling away. The air smells like mint and wild thyme and honey. You blink. Is that? Yes. Ahead, at the edge of a clearing, is the ship. Somehow exactly where you left it. Somehow entirely different. Its sails are now stitched with gold thread. The mast is crowned with ivy. The hull has faint designs that shimmer only when you don't look at them directly, like the ship remembers your journey and doesn't need to brag about it. Dionysus gestures toward it. "Our ride's here." You stop before stepping on board. "Where are we going now?" He thinks. Then, "Somewhere warmer. Is there wine?" He gives you a look. You both laugh. And just like that, the mood shifts again, not to joy exactly, but to forward. You climb aboard. The satyrs resume their usual antics, this time trying to hang from the rigging like grapes, which is going about as well as you'd expect. One of them immediately falls into a barrel and declares it his new home. The wind picks up, and the ship begins to move. On its own, of course, because at this point, why not? You lean on the rail, watching the forest slip away behind you. What happens to places like Thebes after you pass through? You ask. Dionysus stands beside you, arms crossed. They forget, he says. Mostly. That's sad. Not really. He shrugs. Forgetting means they'll need to remember again someday, and I'll be there when they do. Here's your scholarly debate phrase. Classicists still argue whether Dionysus's myth functions as a historical record of suppressed cults, a symbolic lesson in emotional catharsis, or a spiritual invitation to transformation. But most agree, his stories return again and again, because the need behind them never truly leaves us. You close your eyes as the wind plays in your hair. You're tired, but in a good way, the way you feel after dancing too long at a wedding, the way you feel after crying when you didn't know you needed to, the way you feel after remembering something you thought you'd lost. The ship sails quietly now. No chaos, no chorus, just motion, and the occasional snore from the satyr barrel. You ask, did he really die? Pentheus, you still can't let it go. Dionysus doesn't look at you when he answers. No one who breaks like that stays dead. You turn to him. You didn't just punish him. You initiated him. He finally looks back. And there it is. That ancient kindness behind his smirk. You're catching on. And then you see something. Not ahead. Not behind. Within. Like something in you just clicked. A new shape in your chest. Not fear. Not pain. Not even awe. Just space. Soft, open space. Ready for whatever comes next. Section 28. The ship drifts through a sea of mist. Not water. Not really. You lean over the edge, expecting to see waves, or foam, or something poetic. Instead, the hull glides over clouds so dense and silken they feel like folded linens from a freshly made hotel bed, scented faintly with myrrh and mischief. Above, the sky glows with the kind of gold that only exists in dreams, or in paintings no one finishes. Below, nothing. Just endless, sleepy light, and forward. Always forward. Dionysus lounges near the mast, reclining on a pile of furs like a god who invented naps and then patented them. He's cradling a goblet, twirling it slowly, letting the liquid inside slosh like it's trying to spell something in cursive. You settle beside him. He doesn't look up, but says, "So, want to meet some more of the family?" You squint. "How many do you have?" He grins. "Depends who's in a mood." You wait. He lifts the cup to his lips. "But there's one I've been thinking about. A queen. A lover. A mortal. A star." You blink. That's a lot of titles. She earned every one. And then he says her name, and it cuts through the haze like a needle through velvet. Ariadne. You've heard that name before. Maybe in a museum. Maybe in a crossword. Maybe whispered by a friend who once tried to explain love and couldn't quite manage it. You straighten up. You loved her, didn't you? Dionysus nods. And she loved me. He stands, robe fluttering slightly, as if the ship's wind recognizes this moment as one worth dressing up for. You stand too. Mist thickens again, then parts, revealing a shape. An island, small, quiet, surrounded by sea, but rooted in grace. It doesn't shout for attention like Olympus or burn like Thebes. It just waits. The ship coasts gently to shore. You disembark. The ground is warm, not hot, just the right temperature, like a sunbeam that never left. And there, in the middle of the clearing, waiting as if she knew this visit was long overdue, is Ariadne. She doesn't glow. She radiates, like the part of the flame that never flickers. Her gown shimmers like the inside of seashells. Her eyes, kind, steady, are made of sleep and memory, and maybe the exact color of the thread she once used to save a boy who would forget her. Ariadne, Dionysus says softly. Dion, she replies, folding him into a hug that feels ancient and brand new all at once. You stand back, feeling like someone who walked in on a page from someone else's diary. But Ariadne waves you forward with a smile. You've been traveling with him? She asks you, amusement bright behind her eyes. You nod. Somehow, I'm still alive. You're doing better than most. She offers you a fig. Of course. You accept. Sit. And then you listen. Here's your mainstream historical fact. Ariadne was the daughter of King Minos of Crete. She helped the Athenian hero Theseus escape the labyrinth by giving him a thread to find his way back after slaying the Minotaur. But Theseus abandoned her on the island of Naxos. That's where Dionysus found her, or where she found him, depending on who's telling the story. You turn to her. Why him? She laughs gently. Because he saw me not as a helper, not as a puzzle piece in some hero's story, but as myself. You glance at Dionysus. He's watching her, the way someone watches a campfire, mesmerized, a little in awe, and completely at peace. Did you forgive Theseus? You ask. She shrugs. Some days. Other days, I let the stars do that for me. You raise an eyebrow, and Dionysus answers. She became one. Ariadne smiles. Here's your quirky tidbit. In some versions of the myth, Dionysus marries Ariadne and places her wedding crown into the heavens as a constellation, Corona Borealis. It still shines in the northern sky, often called the crown of Ariadne, because apparently even heartbreak can end in a celestial upgrade. The sun begins to dip, casting the island in golden light. You feel something tugging at your chest. Not sadness, just tenderness. Like standing in the soft center of a myth and realizing it's more than just symbols. It's people. People who fell and wept and still reached for love. You ask Ariadne, did you know he'd come for you? She looks at Dionysus again. No, she says, I didn't need to. He grins. Because I always do. Here's your scholarly debate phrase. Some scholars interpret the Dionysus-Ariadne story as a redemption arc, not just for her, but for love itself. Unlike so many Greek myths where women are discarded, silenced, or punished, Ariadne's tale ends in elevation. Her abandonment is not her end, it's her turning point. The three of you sit in quiet for a moment. You, the god, and the star, and time forgets to move forward. A gentle breeze blows across the island. The vines don't creep here, they rest. The sea laps the shore in time with your breath. Finally, Ariadne stands. "It's time," she says. Dionysus nods. You both follow her to the edge of the clearing. She turns, places her hand over yours, and whispers, "Keep your thread, but don't be afraid to let it unwind." She steps into the trees. The light catches her hair one last time. Then she's gone. Not vanished. Lifted. You look at Dionysus. He's smiling. But it's a soft smile now. Like something inside him has settled. "Ready to sail again?" he asks. You nod. Because you are. Section 29. The sea welcomes you back with open arms. Your feet find the ship's deck like they never left it. The satyrs have resumed their usual chaos. One's trying to teach a crab how to play the flute. Another has constructed a crown of grape stems and declared himself captain of snacks. But something's different. You. You're different. You don't quite know how, and that's okay. Transformation rarely comes with a user manual. Dionysus stands beside you, silent for once. The breeze plays with the hem of his robe, and his eyes are distant, still full of stars. Maybe one in particular. You both watch the island of Ariadne fade into mist. There's no sadness, just that quiet kind of peace you feel when a door closes with just the right weight. No slam, no creak, just done. She centered you, you say. Dionysus doesn't answer with words. He just smiles. And the ship turns, drifting now toward a new horizon. One you can't see yet, but you feel it. Warm, pulsing with energy, like something waking up in the belly of the world. Where to next? You ask, gently bracing yourself. Some place louder, Dionysus says, suddenly grinning again. You've seen my tears. Now it's time to meet my fans. Uh-oh. Fans? He spreads his arms wide. Theaters, applause, tragedy, comedy, the whole messy, glitter-covered stage of human emotion. You stare at him. You're taking me to drama school? I am drama school, he says with mock offense, then shouts to the satyrs. Raise the curtain! Confused bleating follows. But sure enough, sails catch wind, and the ship spins through mist again. Here's your mainstream historical fact. Dionysus wasn't just the god of wine and ecstasy. He was also the patron of theater. The annual city Dionysia in Athens was one of the most significant cultural events of ancient Greece, featuring dramatic competitions in tragedy and comedy. Playwrights like Sophocles, Euripides, and Aeschylus all presented their masterpieces under his name. The mist thins, and now you see it. A massive amphitheater carved into the side of a hill, rows and rows of stone seats wrapping around a circular stage. But this is no ordinary performance space. It pulses with energy. Vines wind between the cracks in the stone. Olive trees rustle with anticipation. and the very air smells like old parchment and fresh applause. The ship glides ashore at the base of the theater. No dock, just the softest slope of sand, and a welcome that hums through your bones. You step off, and the applause begins. You jump, but there's no one, no audience in the seats. And yet, you feel them. 1,000 souls clapping softly, not for you, not exactly, but for the story you're now inside of. Dionysus takes a deep bow. The wind whistles approval. You follow him up the steps. "Where are we?" you whisper. "Epidaurus," he says. "Sort of." "Sort of." He winks. It's every theater, every stage, every moment anyone's ever forgotten they were human for a little while, and remembered they were something more. You take your seat beside him. Second row center, prime location. The stage is empty. Then, without warning, a mask appears, floating, spinning slowly. It's blank. Then suddenly, it's laughing, then crying, then snarling, and then it splits into two. Comedy and tragedy, one smiling wide, one weeping wide-eyed. They rotate in tandem. "Your classic drama faces," Dionysus says softly. "Everyone wears them." You reach out instinctively. The masks vanish. And now, actors take the stage. But not just any actors. You recognize them. One is your neighbor, who keeps losing their dog. Another is the barista, who once gave you a free muffin when you looked sad. There's your 5th grade gym teacher. That cashier who told you to keep the change. That stranger who hugged you in an airport. They move through scenes from your life. Your life, not reenacted, reimagined. That fight you had with your best friend, but rewritten as a comedy with slapstick choreography. That breakup. But now it's a tragedy, complete with a chorus chanting, "He didn't deserve you," in perfect harmony. Your most embarrassing moment, delivered as a soliloquy so beautiful, you almost tear up. You turn to Dionysus, startled. "They're not mocking you," he says. "They're honoring you." Here's your quirky tidbit. In some mystery cults, followers of Dionysus would perform scenes from their own lives, wearing masks and acting out joys, losses, and fears as a way to purge emotion and connect to divine truth. It was less about performance and more about catharsis, a kind of sacred therapy with better lighting. The chorus enters now, all wearing masks, all singing a lullaby that sounds like something you dreamed as a child. You understand every word, even though it's in ancient Greek. It's not about meaning, it's about feeling. And here's your scholarly debate phrase. Some historians argue whether the theatrical aspects of Dionysus's cult were invented by the Greeks or inherited from earlier, possibly Eastern traditions. Others see it as a purely Greek innovation, an artistic expression of collective madness and healing. You lean forward, completely absorbed. The actors now move in slow motion, replaying your greatest regret. But something is different this time. The lighting is softer. The music rises gently. And instead of shame, you feel forgiveness, like you've been allowed to look at yourself with the kindness of a stranger. Dionysus leans close. "The mask doesn't hide," he says. "It protects." You let that settle, then whisper, "So I can be anyone?" He nods. "And still be me?" He grins. "Especially then." The performance ends, not with applause, with silence. That perfect silence, the one that comes after a story that told the truth, You stand. The actors bow. The masks dissolve like mist. And you walk back down the steps of the amphitheater, lighter than you felt in years. Dionysus doesn't say a word. He doesn't need to. Because sometimes, drama doesn't end in chaos. Sometimes it ends in healing. Section 30. You walk in silence for a while, the kind of silence that hums in your bones, as if your whole self is still echoing with lines from the stage you just left. Every step you take feels like it's happening to music you can't quite hear. But remember somehow, your body sways a little, not with exhaustion, but with release. Dionysus strolls beside you, hands clasped behind his back, like a professor giving you a moment to digest a particularly spicy lecture. "So," he says eventually, "how'd you like your debut?" You glance at him. "You made me the subject of a one-god Broadway show." He raises his brows. "You're welcome." You can't help but laugh. Do people usually enjoy that kind of reflection? He chuckles. Define enjoy. They usually cry, then laugh, then cry again. Then they thank me and run for the hills. You shrug. Checks out. The ship is waiting again. It always is. But you hesitate at the gangplank. "Where are we going now?" you ask. Dionysus turns back toward the theater, now fading into fog. His expression dims, just slightly. "Time to visit a place I try to forget." That doesn't sound ominous at all. You board the ship anyway, because by now, you've learned that following Dionysus means two things. One, you'll get answers, and two, those answers might change your molecules. The wind shifts, and you sail. The sea darkens, not angry, just old. It smells of salt and memory. The satyrs go quiet again, like they can sense you're heading somewhere that demands less giggling and more reverence. Dionysus doesn't lounge this time. He stands at the bow, eyes fixed on the horizon. You stay beside him. After a long stretch of quiet, he says, "There was a time I didn't know who I was." "You?" He nods. Even gods need origin stories. And then you see it. The island ahead. Isolated. Rocky. Crowned with thin trees and sharp cliffs. It doesn't shimmer like Ariadne's home, or hum like Thebes. It just exists, stubbornly. "Is this Mount Noisa?" he interrupts. Here's your mainstream historical fact. In some versions of the myth, Dionysus was hidden away on Mount Nysa as a child, raised by nymphs to protect him from Hera's wrath. He lived in secrecy, far from Olympus, unaware of his divine birthright. It was here that he grew, wild, curious, and powerful. The ship beaches gently. You step onto soil that feels untouched and deeply private. There's no welcome committee here, just birdsong and wind and trees that creak like old bones. Dionysus walks ahead, slower now. You follow him into the underbrush, branches brushing your arms, leaves whispering secrets in languages your skin somehow understands. Eventually, you reach a small clearing. There's nothing here. At first, just grass, a few stones, a spring. Then, you notice them. Small offerings, worn smooth by time. A toy harp, a broken vine-wrapped goblet, a child's sandal. Who left these? You ask. He kneels by the spring, dipping his fingers into the water. His voice is quieter than you've ever heard it. My nurses, the nymphs. He touches a carved stone, barely legible now. She used to sing me to sleep, he says. Said I was born from fire. Said wine would carry me home someday. You don't interrupt. The wind carries his words away as soon as they're spoken. I was hidden here, he says, tucked into a cradle of moss and sky. From Hera. He nods. She didn't want me alive. Why? He turns to you now. And here's your quirky tidbit. Some versions say Hera was jealous because Dionysus was born of Zeus and a mortal woman, Semele. Others say it wasn't jealousy at all, but fear. Dionysus, the twice-born, represented the death of structure, the collapse of order, the rise of chaos. And chaos, to a queen of rules, is a terrifying thing. She saw me as a threat before I knew I was one, he says. That's heavy, you reply. He smiles faintly. I was a good baby, mostly. Screamed when they took the wine away. You laugh softly. And here's your scholarly debate phrase. Some scholars argue whether Mount Nisa was a real place, or a metaphorical one, a symbol of the inner wilderness, the untamed part of the soul where identity is formed not by legacy, but by experience. You sit on a mossy rock and look around. It's not much to see, but it feels enormous, like standing in the place where something started, not with fireworks, but with a whisper. Did you like it here? You ask. I needed it, he says. But liking has nothing to do with it. This is where I became. He walks the perimeter of the clearing, like revisiting a memory in full. This is where I tamed the leopard, learned the names of every grape, cried for the first time, got drunk for the first time, died, and came back. You turn sharply. Wait, you died? He glances at you. I told you, twice born. Your brain does a little somersault. He adds, the Titans tore me apart. As a child, before I knew how to defend myself, before I even knew I was divine. Your chest tightens. Who saved you? He walks over, taps your heart. This. You blink. That's vague. It's true. He gestures around. Here's where they pieced me back together. The nymphs, the trees, the earth itself. They sang my shape back into place. You whisper, that's beautiful. He nods, and painful. You both sit in silence. A bird lands on the stone beside you, cocks its head, flies off. Like even it knows this moment is sacred. Do you miss them? You ask. The nymphs? He smiles. Every time someone drinks their first glass of wine and closes their eyes. You rest your hands on your knees. Close your eyes too. You imagine the baby God hidden here. You imagine the music, the healing, the loss, the beginning of chaos. And you understand something. He didn't choose to be wild. He was forged in it. Section 31. You stay seated beside Dionysus in that quiet cradle of trees as the soft breeze from Mount Nisa rustles through the leaves like someone flipping pages in a very old book, one with wine stains and lullabies etched into the margins. He leans back on his elbows, eyes half closed, and says, most gods are born into thrones. I was born into hiding. There's a difference. You watch the way the sunlight filters through the branches overhead, dappling his face in flickering shadows that almost look like masks. Is that why you don't act like the others? You ask. He smirks. Oh, I act. Just not the way Olympus wants. You let out a soft chuckle, but there's weight behind your curiosity now. Did you ever want to be part of that world? The polished, golden one? He sits up, brushing some dirt off his robe that you're not sure wasn't just part of the design. They didn't want me, he says. So I made my own kingdom. In forests, on ships, in every soul that needs to scream and dance and break something beautiful just to feel whole again. Here's your mainstream historical fact. Despite being a full-fledged Olympian, Dionysus was often portrayed as a kind of outsider among the gods. His cult and rituals were seen as foreign or exotic, likely influenced by practices from Thrace or Phrygia. In many ways, he stood apart, not just literally, but symbolically, as the god of those who didn't belong anywhere else. He starts walking again, and you follow him down a narrow trail that leads around the spring and past a low ridge. The trees open up slightly, revealing a strange sight. A vine-covered stone, taller than you, with carvings that pulse faintly when you squint just right. What's this? You ask. Dionysus traces a vine with one finger. A marker of when I stopped running. You blink. You mean from Hera? He nods. From fear, from not knowing what I was, from trying to be smaller. He presses his palm to the stone. And suddenly, you feel a surge, not in the ground, in yourself, like something inside you just remembered its own birth. You take a step back. That was a lot. He smiles gently. Mount Nisa does that. You glance around. It doesn't look like much, but it feels enormous, like standing in a room built out of becoming. I always thought gods were born knowing everything, you say. Dionysus laughs. Oh no, we learn, we bleed. We get broken into godhood. He looks at you. And so do mortals, sometimes. You don't respond, because something about that feels too true to touch just yet. Here's your quirky tidbit. In some rare versions of the myth, Dionysus isn't just born twice. He dies multiple times, each time in a different way. Torn by Titan, swallowed by fire, reassembled by divine love. These cyclical deaths reflect agricultural cycles, yes, but also the human experience of being undone and remade, over and over. As you begin walking back toward the clearing, you ask, "Did you ever see her again?" Dionysus tilts his head. Semele? You nod. She died giving birth to you, right? He sighs. I brought her back. You stop in your tracks. What? She died in flame, yes, because she asked Zeus to show his true form. Too much light for mortal eyes, but later, when I knew what I was, I journeyed to the underworld and carried her out. You stare. He just shrugs, like it's the most casual rescue mission in mythological history. Wait. Hades just let you take her? I'm very persuasive. You squint. You bribed him, didn't you? He grins. I brought wine. Here's your scholarly debate phrase. Classicists continue to debate whether Dionysus's rescue of Semele from the underworld symbolizes a literal descent or a metaphorical rebirth, either of himself, his mother, or humanity's relationship with mortality. What's consistent is the message. No boundary, not even death, can hold back divine love. You reach the edge of the forest. The ship is visible again, waiting like a loyal dream. But you pause. Just one last look. This isn't just a place. It's a memory. It's your memory now. Will it be here forever? You ask. Dionysus brushes a branch from his shoulder. Only for those who need it. You nod. That tracks. You both board the ship again. The satyrs have started a small drum circle. Badly. One is playing an upside-down pot with a spoon and shouting, "I am rhythm incarnate," while another tries to harmonize with a goat. Back to chaos. Good. The ship sets sail without fanfare. Just motion. And a sky turning slowly to lavender. You sit beside Dionysus on a barrel. He offers you a sip of something. You taste it. Grape, fig, a hint of salt, and something else. Something old and warm and barely there. Home, you say. He nods. The wind picks up again. You look at him. You've died. You've been hunted, rejected, reborn. Why keep going? He tilts his head, considering, then answers with one word. Joy. The ship sails on, and you let yourself believe, for the first time in a long time, that joy isn't something you find. It's something you become. Section 32. The next morning, or what passes for morning when time bends like a willow branch, the ship cuts through silver waters, smooth as silk, and twice as mysterious. The sky overhead has lost its stars, but hasn't decided what to replace them with. Somewhere between twilight and coffee. You stretch, yawn, almost forget you're in the company of a god who once turned pirates into dolphins and coaxed a city into dancing barefoot in the streets. Almost. Dionysus is already awake, if he ever slept at all. He's in the rigging for some reason, hanging upside down by one ankle while casually eating a pomegranate. You've stopped questioning these things. I had a dream, you say, rubbing your face. He flips down like a cat. I know. You blink. You watched? He smirks. You were reciting Homer, but with sock puppets. Mesmerizing. You groan. Please tell me that's not prophetic. No, he says, patting your shoulder. Just adorable. The satyrs are practicing synchronized swimming on the deck, without water. One of them yells, "Dive!" and they all belly flop onto the wood with resounding thuds. You try not to react. You've learned that to acknowledge the chaos is to feed it. Dionysus leans on the railing and points toward a smudge on the horizon. There, he says, that's our next stop. You squint. It's not a city, not a forest. It's smoky, dark, ominous. Lovely, you mutter. Let me guess. A volcano? He grins. Close. The forge. The forge of what? Of anger. Ah, fantastic. Here's your mainstream historical fact. In Dionysian myth and cult practice, the god's wild energy was not always about celebration. Rage and vengeance were as sacred as joy. The Maenads, his female followers, could be ecstatic dancers one moment, and terrifying instruments of divine fury the next. This duality was central to Dionysus: creation and destruction, delight and wrath. As you draw closer, the shape sharpens. Massive black stones jut from the sea like broken teeth. Smoke rises from vents in the rock. Red glows flicker deep in the cracks, like the world is smoldering from the inside. The ship docks itself as usual. You step onto a narrow stone ledge that leads into a cave. It's hot, not burning, more like a long-held anger breathing on your neck. "Why are we here?" you ask. Dionysus's smile fades a little. "To meet someone who didn't forgive me." "Oh, that's all you say?" "Because that deserves space." He walks ahead, barefoot on the warm stone, cloak billowing behind him. You follow, deeper into the forge. The walls are streaked with red and gold veins. The air smells like copper and incense. Sparks flicker in the dark, though you can't tell if they're from fire or memory. Eventually, you reach a chamber, circular, wide, empty, except for her. She stands with her back to you, hair wild, blackened with soot, muscles coiled like springs, eyes glowing with something that might be fury, might be grief. "Agave," Dionysus says gently. She doesn't turn, but she speaks. "I should kill you." You tense. Dionysus does not. "I know," he says. "You made me tear my son apart," she whispers. "With my own hands." "I didn't make you," he replies. "I unmasked you." Now she turns, and even you, safely on the sidelines of this myth, take a step back. Here's your quirky tidbit. In the most famous version of the Bacchae, Agave, Pentheus's mother, joins the Maenads in ecstatic frenzy. When Pentheus spies on them disguised as a woman, the madness consumes her. She mistakes him for a lion and rips him limb from limb. Only later, returning to Thebes, does she realize what she's done. Agave walks slowly toward Dionysus. You watch her face, grief carved into every line, and yet something else beneath it, something raw, alive. "I loved him," she says. "I know," Dionysus answers, "and he was already lost." She stares at him, and then, surprisingly, at you. "Do you think I'm a monster?" You swallow, shake your head. "I think you were grieving before he even died." She closes her eyes, takes a deep breath. "You should have stopped me." "I couldn't," Dionysus replies. "I wasn't the one holding the knife." Here's your scholarly debate phrase. Historians still argue whether Agave's actions in the myth are a condemnation of female rage or a tragic depiction of divine madness. Some see her as a warning, others as a victim of systemic repression who snaps when the floodgates open. But no one denies that her story holds uncomfortable truths. Agave moves past you now, not aggressively, just done. Like someone walking away from a fire they started, but no longer need to tend. Before she disappears into the shadows of the forge, she says one last thing. You can't control what people become when you wake them up. And you know that was for Dionysus. But But it hits you too. Once she's gone, the chamber dims, the heat lessens, the silence returns. Dionysus leans against the wall, suddenly exhausted. She was the worst of it, he says. The line I crossed. You sit on a nearby rock, legs trembling slightly. You regret it? He nods slowly. Every time someone thinks I'm just fun and games, I remember her. He exhales. And I remember that ecstasy is only holy if it doesn't come at someone else's undoing. You don't speak. You let the stone under you hum. The fire, the fury, the memory. Here, even joy has a scar. Section 33. You leave the forge in silence. No fanfare, no triumphant music swelling as you board the ship. Just the steady crunch of ash underfoot and the hiss of cooling stone behind you. Even the satyrs don't speak. One of them solemnly offers you a fig, like it's a ritual of healing. You take it, unsure whether to eat it or bury it, like a token for the dead. Dionysus stands at the helm, arms crossed, eyes closed. His face is unreadable. You don't interrupt him. Not now. Instead, you find a place to sit and think. And maybe that's the real miracle of this journey. There's time to think. No distractions, no scrolls, no feed updates. Just long, looping thought, memory and myth blending like wine and water. Eventually, Dionysus breaks the silence. She was right, you know. You look up. Agave? He nods. You can't control what people become once they awaken. He doesn't elaborate. He doesn't have to. You feel the weight of it in your own bones, in your own life. How many times have you shaken loose from something and realized the person you became wasn't what anyone, including you, expected? Here's your mainstream historical fact. Dionysus's cult was unique in its appeal to outsiders. Women, slaves, foreigners, and the disenfranchised. His rites offered something most Greek society did not: the chance to transform, to lose oneself, to become someone, or something else. But that kind of release, it's never clean, never without cost. Where now? You ask. Dionysus turns slowly, blinking like someone waking up from a long dream. Now, he says. We rest. The word surprises you. Rest? I thought gods didn't sleep. He gives you a tired smile. That's why we're all so dramatic. He gestures toward the horizon. There, beyond the fog, is a small floating platform of rock and flowers. It looks impossibly soft, like if a hammock and a warm breeze had a baby. As the ship glides to its edge, you step off onto something that shouldn't float, but does. It cradles your feet like memory foam made of clouds and meadowgrass. Dionysus stretches out on a bed of moss. You do the same, and the sky sighs. You don't speak for a long while. The flowers sway around you. Lavender, chamomile, jasmine. The kind of plants that know how to whisper you into sleep without even trying. A satyr plays a harp somewhere. Badly. You forgive him. Eventually you murmur, "Do you ever stop being a god?" Dionysus considers this. "No," he says. "But sometimes I let the god part sleep." He turns his head to face you. "And what about you?" You blink slowly. I think I've forgotten how to be just a person. He smiles. That's step 1. The moss seems to mold perfectly to your back. The sun above is no longer too bright, just golden enough to warm your eyelids. Here's your quirky tidbit. Some ancient myths describe Dionysus retreating to India after his triumphs in Greece, not as a conqueror, but as a wanderer in search of peace. These stories, though considered apocryphal by most historians, still suggest something deeper, that even the wildest gods needed quiet. Even the noisiest revelers had moments of pause. A breeze passes, and with it, a few drifting petals. One lands on your chest. You leave it there. Do people worship you for this part? You ask. The rest? The stillness. He exhales slowly. They don't know it's me, but yes. And here's your scholarly debate phrase. Historians still argue whether the quieter aspects of Dionysus, his associations with sleep, dream, and calm, were ever truly central to his cult. While his image as the wild, wine-soaked god dominates modern memory, ancient sources often hint at a gentler figure, a healer, a comforter, even a companion to the dying. You open one eye and glance at him. He's watching a bee land on a blade of grass. Do you think they'd still worship you? You ask. If they knew how sad you get? He smiles, but it's not a sad smile. It's the kind that holds rain and sun at once. I think that's why they worship me, he says. Because I feel everything, so they don't have to feel alone in it. Your heart skips, and then slows. The moss hums beneath you. The world tilts into hush. You feel your breath soften. Your fingers loosen. And for the first time in you don't know how long, you let go. Not in surrender, not in defeat, but in trust. In something older than myth, wiser than pain, kinder than memory. Sleep, Dionysus murmurs, his voice already distant. You nod and drift, and the stars above you begin to arrange themselves into something gentle. A vine, a cup, a face, yours, resting, becoming. Section 34. You wake slowly, as if returning from a dream that left something you soft folded inside your chest. The floating meadow is still there, humming with quiet life. Bees meander lazily from petal to petal. A satyr is asleep in a patch of clover, one leg twitching with whatever goat-based dream he's having. The sky is a warm, grayish blue, like the moment just before sunrise decides whether or not it's in the mood to try again. Dionysus is already sitting cross-legged on a small hill, braiding vines with surprising dexterity. He doesn't look up. You snore when you're dreaming about your childhood, he says. You squint at him. That's disturbingly specific. I'm a god, he says, shrugging. I multitask. You stretch, sit up, and notice something unusual. You don't feel tired, not just physically. There's a strange lightness, as if someone tidied up your thoughts while you slept. I needed that, you murmur. He nods. Everyone does, but most don't realize it until they're halfway into burning down their lives. You chuckle. but there's a tremble underneath it. I used to think rest was a weakness. He raises an eyebrow. And now? You think about that, and finally answer. Now, I think I was afraid of what I'd find when everything got quiet. He offers a vine braid. You take it. It smells like rosemary and something older, like memory before it had words. Come on, he says, rising to his feet. One last place. You blink. One last? He grins. Even gods know when to stick the landing. The ship is waiting, because of course it is, as if it senses your journey has one more story left to unravel. You step aboard. This time, you're the one at the helm. Dionysus leans against the railing, arms folded, letting the wind ruffle his curls. You've changed, he says. You smile. I know, he adds, but don't get cocky. The ocean eat epiphanies for breakfast. You both laugh and sail toward a destination that isn't visible on any map, but feels inevitable. Here's your mainstream historical fact. In later centuries, as Greece became part of the Roman Empire, Dionysus morphed into Bacchus, more theatrical, more indulgent, more misunderstood. Yet even then, at his core, he remained the same archetype, the god of liberation, of letting go, of becoming undone to find yourself. As you sail, the waters grow darker, not in menace but in depth. Beneath the surface, shapes flicker. Dolphins, maybe, or memories wearing new skins. Do you remember the pirates? You ask. He chuckles. Oh, them. Here's your quirky tidbit. In one of the most iconic myths, Dionysus is kidnapped by pirates who mistake him for a mortal. They try to sell him, but the ropes slip from his wrists like mist. The ship fills with vines. Wine flows from the planks. The mast blooms with ivy. One by one, the terrified sailors leap overboard, and Dionysus, with a flick of mercy, turns them into dolphins, eternal swimmers, changed but spared. He tells the story again now, but with more flair, more color. They wanted to profit off what they didn't understand, he says, and in doing so, they found the sea. Not punishment, just transformation. You gaze over the side of the ship. Something swims alongside you. Sleek, silver, playful. A dolphin. It flips once, looks straight at you, winks, then vanishes. You say nothing. Dionysus sips from a wineskin and adds, Funny thing, though. The captain? He wasn't transformed. He just vanished. What happened to him? Dionysus shrugs. Some say he jumped before the magic took him. Others say he refused it. And the sea, unlike me, doesn't offer second chances. Here's your scholarly debate phrase. Classicists still debate the deeper meaning of the pirate-to-dolphin story. Is it a morality tale about hospitality? A metaphor for spiritual awakening? Or just a flex? A god reminding mortals that they can't bottle up divinity without consequences? You feel the ship slowing, the sea opening, and ahead, a simple dock. No city, no temple, just a small house by the shore, with smoke curling from a chimney and a hammock swaying between two olive trees. You turn to Dionysus. What is this? He grins. Your stop. You freeze. My stop? He nods. You glance at the house again. It feels familiar, like a place you once visited in a dream and forgot until now. But what happens if I stay? You rest, he says. You live. You remember that gods may guide, but you carry the story. You don't move. Not yet. He places a hand on your shoulder. I'll visit, he says. Whenever you need chaos, or clarity. He grins. Or wine. You laugh. You hug him. And he hugs back. Tight, warm, real. You step off the ship. The sand is warm beneath your feet. The air smells like olive oil and rosemary bread. Behind you, the ship vanishes. Just like that. And you don't panic. You don't feel lost. You feel arrived. In yourself. For the first time. You walk toward the house. And the door opens. Inside is everything you need. Everything you forgot you deserved. Section 35. The house greets you without a word. No trumpets. No choirs. No booming divine voice. Just the creak of the wooden door as it swings open on its hinges, like a sigh that's waited 1,000 years to exhale. You step inside and pause. It's not majestic, not enchanted, not full of treasure or celestial artifacts. It's simple. A small table with mismatched chairs. A fire quietly cracking in a stone hearth. Shelves filled with books whose spines are soft from being loved too hard. A bowl of figs. A pot of something warm simmering gently, perfuming the air with garlic, thyme, and just a little bit of honey. You could cry, but instead, you take off your shoes, because this isn't a place for performance. It's a place for being. You drift through the rooms like a ghost, returning to their own heartbeat. There's a bed made with rumpled linen sheets and a heavy quilt, a robe that already smells like you, a mug waiting to be filled. You hear laughter outside. You step back onto the porch. Dionysus is sitting under the olive tree now, arms behind his head, eyes half-lidded. The satyrs are splashing in the water nearby, utterly unfazed by their god's departure. One is doing a backstroke. Another is using a sea turtle as a flotation device. The turtle looks fine with it. Dionysus waves, lazily. You gonna sit or just hover, like a dramatic epiphany? You join him on the blanket of grass. I thought you left. I did, he says, gesturing to the now invisible ship. But I also didn't. You wait. He sips from a flask, then offers it to you. You take a small sip. It tastes like grape juice and moonlight, and something underneath that tastes like the exact feeling of finally catching your breath after crying for way too long. You hand it back. Is this the end? You ask. He gives you that look again, that God smile, full of riddles and realness. Depends, he says. Do you want it to be? You look at the water, at the tree, at your hands, and finally say, I want to remember this, not forget it like a dream. He nods. Then it's not the end. It's just where you pause. Here's your final mainstream historical fact. Dionysus was one of the very few Greek gods who died and came back, symbolizing not just seasonal renewal, but personal rebirth. His worship often centered around letting go, confronting inner chaos, and emerging transformed. He wasn't the god who demanded obedience. He was the one who offered freedom, with all the mess and magic that entailed. You feel the truth of that now, because this whole journey wasn't about mythology. It was about remembering that you can fall apart, that you can come back, that you don't need to be perfect or even consistent to be sacred. Here's your quirky tidbit. In rural parts of Greece today, some ancient Dionysian rituals still echo faintly. Men in goat masks, songs that haven't changed in centuries, cups passed between strangers, laughs that loosen knots no therapy ever could. The god may be myth, but the feeling never left. Dionysus rises, stretches. Time for me to slip back into the stories. You stand with him. The sun is setting now, painting the sea in warm honey. He hugs you once more, this time tighter. You survived, he whispers. You changed me, you say. No, he replies. You did that. And just like that, he's gone. The grass springs back from where he stood. The wind shifts, and peace settles over the house again. You walk back inside, boil water, make tea, curl under that soft quilt, and listen to the quiet. A new kind of quiet, one that doesn't demand anything of you, except that you rest. And remember, here's your final scholarly debate phrase. Some academics argue that Dionysus represents more than a deity. He's a psychological pattern, a narrative of descent and return, of embracing what we're taught to avoid: chaos, emotion, vulnerability. Whether god or symbol, he reminds us that healing doesn't always look graceful. Sometimes it looks like a party, sometimes a breakdown, sometimes a quiet evening, alone, finally okay. You sip your tea. The light dims. Outside, the satyrs sing something off-key. It sounds like the truth, and you fall asleep, knowing you're no longer lost. You were always on your way home. Wind down. And now, let everything settle. Let your breath slow. Deeper now, softer. Let your chest rise like a tide and fall like a memory. Feel your body melt into the bed beneath you. There's nothing left to follow. No more gods to chase. No more myths to unpack. Just you, floating on the edge of story and sleep. The vines have stopped twisting. The masks are hung up for the night. Even the satyrs are quiet now, curled into mossy hammocks, dreaming of wine fountains and fig trees taller than temples. You're safe. You've made it through transformation and return. You've walked beside chaos and found clarity. You've tasted sorrow, and it didn't ruin you. You've laughed in the face of the divine, and the divine laughed back. Now, the sea of sleep calls you gently. No waves, just warm swells of softness, the kind that carry you toward dreams made of twilight and starlight and whispered lullabies from gods who know your name. Let your limbs grow heavy. Let your thoughts grow slow. And if anything still lingers, any worry, any echo, just hand it over. Let it dissolve like foam on the tide. There's nothing more to do tonight. Nothing to hold. Nothing to fix. You are exactly where you need to be. And somewhere, far off in a myth that never quite ends, a god with a goblet raises his glass and toasts to your peace. Sleep now. You're home. End of story. Wish you have a sweet dreams.